Parliament, government, and civil society. My name is Natalia Sokolenko, and together with Andrei Kulakov, I'm going to help you communicate with our speakers, ask questions, and you will have a chance to do so. But before we move to that, the goal of our event. We gathered together as it devoted to the 2-year project, the reanimation package of reforms and political reforms in DRI for European integration aspirations of Ukraine, and for this forum and in the framework of this project and our way to the EU and the full membership of the EU, for the Parliament, government and civil society to find common ground and to agree to help each other, to understand how they can help each other, for them to find allies and partners in many issues that we will need to resolve on the way to the EU. So this is our main goal and the main road that we are going to ski along the way. And you probably know that yesterday the United News Marathon has transformed, and we are not we are not behind, and so you can believe that we are part of the national marathon. We will have very dynamic discussion. You see that some of the colleagues will join online, some people offline, some people will join later. So we need to be ready for it to be dynamic, effective. But marathon is about your resilience and stamina. But so I advise you to take note of your comments and questions, and we'll do everything possible with Natalia so that not only we ask questions, because we have a lot of questions, but we will create opportunity for you to ask the questions you have. But before we start, we want to say a few technical announcements. First of all, we work in Ukrainian, and what do you think is the second language? English, you are right. Ukrainian and English. If you don't speak one of the languages, we have our interpreters, and we have headphones. You can take them so that you can follow. We work online as well on the Facebook page of the Center of Political Reform and Remission Package of Reform. We have English, we work in English on YouTube, on the remission package of reforms, and we work in Zoom. So colleagues, I don't know where the cameras are, so dear colleagues in Zoom, you also can choose a language. You can see the icon of the globe and choose interpretation and choose a language which is suitable for you. And those who are with us online, please write comments and questions. And we have a team who are collecting these comments, and we'll present them. You can do it on Facebook, on YouTube, or in Zoom. So these platforms are not our partners, so this is not advertising. We're just the platforms that we are using for the event. And dear colleagues, let's remember about those who are doing everything possible so that we can talk today about tomorrow, because without these people, without those men and women who are defending our independence, if we were still alive, we would be talking only about yesterday, but we are here and we are talking about tomorrow. So please, let's commemorate the memories of those who lost their lives. And also please put your palm on your heart and send the energy of those who are alive and defending us, and allow us to live our lives. Thank you. And dear colleagues, for us, for Ukrainians, the topic of European integration is not just about tools and about technical, it's not about politics, it's not about economy. Unfortunately, Ukrainians probably is the only nation in modern history who lost lives for this Ukrainian dream, European dream, and this dream is about to become a reality, and so we wanted to discuss together how ready we are, what challenges we can face, and how we need to prepare, what lessons we need to learn, what our partners want, what Parliament needs to do, what the government needs to do, and how civil society and society overall can help, so that if everything is good on the 25th, the negotiations will be open, and I hope that they will end by the full membership of Ukraine in the EU. So now let's start with our agenda. Yes, so we start with the welcoming words, and we were planning to have the welcoming words of Ruslan Stefanchuk. You understand how busy the schedule is, but the organizers and ourselves, we as the hosts and all the representatives of civil society, we highly appreciate the role that the Parliament plays and the head of the Parliament plays in this cooperation, including on our way to the EU. So we will have the video address from Mr. Stefanchuk. Dear participants of the forum, first of all, I would like to thank all the international partners, representatives of the embassies who are here with us personally and online. This event couldn't have happened without the support of the Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you very much for consultation of the Parliament, government and civil society around the important mission of integration of Ukraine to the EU. And thank you that together with you we are going through this way together. Despite the war, Ukraine is doing everything possible to move towards our strategic choice to be the part of European civilized world where democracy and human rights are the highest values. This is the common goal for all of us. This forum is that platform where government, civil society and our international partners can discuss together the achievements and future tasks we have and how we approach the negotiation process. We definitely have something to be proud of. And the decision to open negotiations, which was made by the leaders of the EU countries in December, that definitely confirms our achievements. And Ukrainian Parliament did a lot to do so, because without Euro integration laws, so without acquis communautaire, it would be impossible to implement reforms. As the head of Ukrainian Parliament, I am proud to emphasize the united work of all MPs. In 2023, the Parliament of Ukraine adopted a series of draft laws about strengthening institutional capacity of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and working on certain provisions around corruption. According to the conclusions of the European Commission, we ratified extremely important agreements between Ukraine and the EU in digital, customs, infrastructure and economic areas. Today, we are facing the task to continue reforms in the cluster of fundamental reforms, the rule of law, public administration and economic development. These are the priorities which we are going to discuss during the panels. And In this context, the cooperation of Parliament, government, civil society is extremely important, because only by working together we can effectively implement all the necessary reform and bring Ukraine to the European standards. It's very important to develop unified agenda with all stakeholders before Ukraine conference in 2024, which is going to happen really soon in Berlin. I believe that today's event is a great platform for open dialogue, for exchanging ideas and working on common solutions. And to sum up, I have to mention those who are protecting our state from dictatorship. And for dictator, prosperity of Ukraine is the biggest fear. I want to thank our men and women for giving us a chance to be here, that we can discuss our future and implement all this road step by step. I wish all of us to be effective today. I wish all of us victory and democracy. Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you. We heard those words. They've been open to cooperate with civil society. And so we know that Parliament now is open to this cooperation. And we mentioned that we had hybrid format, so we had a video address, but then we have some participants joining here with us offline. And of course, we cannot talk about the European Union without the European Union, because that's where we are going. And we need to ask the European Union what we need to do, how we are going to be accepted, and we are going to negotiate in every area. So now I would like to give the floor to the ambassador of the EU to Ukraine, Katarina Maternova. Over to you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation.
I always like to come to events that deal with civil society and democracy, media, pluralism in general in Ukraine, because this is one of the biggest censity that you have and that this country has, the strength of its civil society. And I'm even if Speaker Stefanchuk could not be here in person, I'm glad that the topics of dialogue and communication among the different pillars of democracy in Ukraine is on the agenda and is being discussed, because whether it's for Ukraine's own national survival or whether it's for its integration with the EU, this dialogue is really important. And not in a formal way, not as a box-ticking exercise, but really to engage. I realize that we are living all through very, very difficult times. And I'm just living here temporarily. For you, it must be all that much more difficult. And I also am sensitive to the various critiques and criticism and aspirations and desires for more dialogue, more democracy, stronger attachment to the values. But what I would like to say is that I have an incredible, not only respect, but humility when I look at this country and this society and see how well it's still doing under an incredible pressure, under daily attacks, and in a state of war where normally in other instances everything is disrupted, and the sense of normalcy that you manage to maintain is really admirable. I was talking yesterday to a bunch of regional journalists that we gathered in Lviv. I was doing it online, and just the questions and the interaction is really huge respect. I always talk about three miracles that I see in Ukraine, and I think I'm going to add fourth because it's very well deserved. One for me is Ukrzheleznica, the other one is the banking system, and the third one is the digitalization of the government. And I think actually the strength of the societal discourse and the strength of the civil society in a broad term is really the foundation for any of these miracles and for the resilience. And the EU supports you financially, but also politically, and the dialogue between the legislative branch, the government, the EU and the civil society will be even more important when the actual negotiations start, because becoming part of Europe is having all these different circles that overlap and interact, and the different communities. So just want to reiterate that we're here. We have a portfolio of over 100 million euros in active projects supporting independent media, investigative journalism, civil society, dialogue, the various types of dialogues, and a lot of the things we do together. I represent the EU institutions, but we also have a very big community of diplomatic representation of member states. In fact, your program is supported by Germany, and we regularly meet and work together with both the diplomatic representations and the assistance organizations of the member states to sort of when I say to socialize, I don't mean that Ukraine is socializing, but to sort of get you adjusted to the way the EU does things, sometimes in a bizarre way, but it is what it is. The EU is warts and all. That's who we are, and so we're here to stay. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yesterday I came back after 3 weeks, and when I go to my hotel and see Sofia, I feel at home, and I feel at home here, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for all your support. Please. And thank you that you could see miracles. Miracles in our new normality. Я думаю, що коли пані Катерина вже втомиться від того, щоб вирішувати чиїсь проблеми і сяде за мемуари, її книжка «Катерина в країні див» буде мати шалений успіх.
Be very popular, the same as the other books.
Так, але і вид на Софію Київську – це просто ще один візуальний доказ, що Україна – це Європа, оскільки це фактично Східна Римська імперія такий нам стиль архітектури не подарувала, і він тут є, і ми його зберегли, попри все, що відбувалося, на жаль, на наших теренах і відбувається зараз. Ну, а ми рухаємося далі, і я запрошую до вітального слова Ігоря Колюшка, голову управління Центру політико-правових реформ. Пане Ігоре, а коли ви спостерігали, напевно, за цими нашими прагненнями вже незалежної України, незалежного українського парламенту, українського суспільства, прагнення цього приєднатися до Європейського Союзу, а ви пам'ятаєте той день чи те відчуття, коли ви зрозуміли, що тепер уже це не фантазія, це реально, і яка роль була в тому, що ви так подумали саме громадянського суспільства?
What was the role of the civil society in that? Thank you for your question. Good afternoon, dear participants of this forum. Well, basically, I can't say, answering to your question immediately, Natalia, I cannot say that it was some particular moment when I believed that this was real, because I never doubted this. I remember very well the discussions in Lviv in either 87 or 88. Was it during the Soviet Union? Yes. In the closed circles between each other, we were discussing how we should raise the issue of Ukrainian independence, of leaving the Soviet Union. And then there were different arguments for it. And I even said at the time that we definitely need to become independent, because otherwise we will not be able to come back to Europe. We will not be able to become the participants of the European community. This is why, for me and for most of the colleagues in the Center for Policy and Legal Reform, the European choice, the European values, they were an imperative since the very beginning of our professional activities. And basically, all the 28 years that the Center existed, we tried. Our mission at the Center was to promote institutional reform in Ukraine so that Ukraine would see the principles of democracy, of the rule of law, and of good governance, and these are part of the Copenhagen criteria of EU membership, and we have always looked and studied the experience of the European countries. We studied the legislation of the European Union, of the Council of Europe, and we were looking for ideas, for inspiration there. And we were thinking how we should transform the institutional organization of the entire public sphere in Ukraine, and this has been our main task this entire time. And of course, there were a lot of discussions we were being asked, why are you so oriented to the EU? We will not be accepted there. They don't want us there. We have argued a lot. I remember the discussions when I thought, and when I presented some arguments. I even remember the names, the last names of those people, but I will not be naming them. I don't know if they're in Ukraine now or they're somewhere beyond the eastern border. They said, well, in Russian, we see the world in an entirely different way. And yeah, this is the reality that we have been facing. And when Ukraine has finally made yet another step and became the candidate for EU membership, of course, it's a holiday for us. These are the possibilities. And today, as the Center for Policy and Legal Reform, we are happy to be a part of this consortium of 3 organizations so that, again, we could help, on the one hand, the government to walk this difficult road of negotiations with the EU and make our legal system closer, synchronizes with the EU. And on the other hand, we always have our own special mission. On the other hand, we want to pressure the government a little bit so that it wouldn't choose the easiest roads, but in the context of European integration, would reform and would implement the reforms that will lack the time, the inspiration, the political will in the previous years. And we are convinced that, namely this, the preparation is the best moment for institutional reform. So some of the things related to agriculture, the environmental standards, we can do them later. Time is needed there. But in order to change the organization of government, in order to create a transparent system of forming the courts, in order to ensure decentralization, we don't need a transitional process. We're convinced of that. We need just political will and a lot of work. And we're quite happy here to have the opportunity, and we are grateful for this initiative, DRI. We're grateful to the German government for this grant, and we are ready to participate in this work with all our expert effort as the Center for Political and Legal Reform. Thank you. I think that in your center, you have the most expert effort concentrated, because for 28 years you have been walking this institutional road of the center, and this road has always led to European Union for you. Yeah, and we're going to talk in bigger detail on how we should be implementing these reforms and how they can be combined with the fact that we're at war and that we need to fight for our lives, but at the same time we also need to be working and planning our development, and all of these things are done through reform. This is why we would like to give the floor to the co-chair of the Board of Reanimation Package of Reforms Coalition, Julia Kurichenko. She can also talk a lot about reforms and the reforms that we need and how the civil society can help with this reform, help the government and the parliament to implement them. Thank you, Alexander. It's a welcome speech now. This is why I will not dive deeper into the reforms. But first of all, I'd like to also thank our armed forces, our international partners that are with us today. Ms. Ambassador, I'm very happy that you were with us for our 10th anniversary and you're here with us today. It's very, very important for us. Have a good day. Let's just hold on and move forward together. Reanimation package of reforms is a coalition of NGOs. Now we have 28 organizations that work in very different spheres. Igor has just mentioned this is the rule of law, democracy, proper governance. This is the analytical center. On the other hand, we also have the organizations that have been raising for many years patriotic youth, such as PLUST. Also, we have the environmentalists, economic centers, the direct action organizations. But what has brought us together, the understanding that after the revolution of dignity, we need to be together so that we can be a reliable partner, on the one hand, for the government, and also to have the single, united criticism voice when this criticism is needed. And it's been 10 years. We've walked a long road, but the values were the thing that connected and united us. And one of the key values now that unite these 28 organizations is the Euro integration. And we have discussed it when we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the existence of the Reanimation Package of Reforms Coalition. We realized that during the war, those among us who did not take arms and join the army, they will be able to preserve our statehood through Euro integration. We do not see any other way for that. And here, we also feel our own responsibility. If you see the title of our forum, today's forum, that is opening the new project for the first time, I'll also talk about it later. It's Through Reform to Stars. Nobody is celebrating anything now, of course, but we met and talked during our 10th anniversary, and we are continuing under this motto. Everybody knows what the stars are, and this is our, not a dream, but a reality. And the Center for Political and Legal Reform and all the other 28 organizations and the Secretariat of the Reanimation Package of Reforms, we contribute daily where we have the strength and the effort. So today I would like to thank DRI, Democracy Reports International, that back in autumn of 2022 we have opened a forum together with the Vice Prime Minister Alexander Kornienko. At the time we talked about the work of the parliament during the war, and even in the first month where physically there was danger for the members of Ukrainian parliament. But this resilience, I think, has set a trend, and the resilience of the parliament that as of today has been working under these prolonged conditions, and we clearly know that it will continue working until the new parliament is called, that will be elected only during the post-war election. We know this very well. So I'd like to really thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany, although it took a long time, but after 2 years, the ministry has supported our 2-year-long project. So I would like to say that this is the first forum but definitely we are going to meet about twice a year. We are going to see what we've been able to do, what we discussed, what we agreed on, and then we'll discuss what we need to do in the next half a year. When you register, you can also take this leaflet where you see the brief information about our project, what we plan, but basically that's honest dialogue and partnership between the parliament, the government, and the civil society. During the full-scale invasion, we realize that we have responsibility and we want to be indeed a reliable partner for Ukrainian authorities, in that we start as quick as possible our negotiation process with the EU, and we would be able to harmonize the legislation as quickly as possible. And understanding these basic principles in the fundamental cluster, we start with it. It is the first one to open and the last one to close. So let us honestly take a look at the problems that we have in Ukraine and what we need to do during this year. In the three thematic panels in the fundamental cluster, we'll be able to have a deeper discussion about it. I'd like to thank one more time to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to the State of Germany that has been supporting our citizens who have to leave Ukraine and are now present and living in the territory of Germany. They are helping our Euro integration. We're also waiting for some arms as well. We're moving to Berlin, and we hope that EuroC 2024 will be good and will bring some specific results. I wish us all fruitful work today, and I really wish us good quality results on the way to Euro integration. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you very much. And the fact that you are calling us to look at the time, we are looking at the time now, so we need to move a little bit quicker. We are still waiting for some speakers, but now I would like to give the floor to the partner without whom this forum and our further actions would not be able to happen. This is the organization called Democracy Reporting International, and I'm very happy to give the floor to Paul Zubkov, the manager for European projects of this organization. Good afternoon. The interpreter doesn't hear the speaker.
September 2022. It is lovely to be here, everybody. The last time I was here was in September 2022, which was, of course, a very difficult time, but lots of resolution to win the war. Now it's also a difficult time, but I still meet a lot of resolution to make sure that we win the war, and I say we. It was important for me personally to come here to launch this project, to see our partners, to meet many of the people and dignitaries in this room, not only because we're launching this project, but also as a sign that we are with you. And the civil society inside the European Union is also with you. Of course, for us it's important that Ukraine wins on the battlefield, but also that it wins in the battlefield of ideas. And one of these battlefield of ideas is indeed the European Union values, the fundamental values, which are the antithesis to totalitarian regimes. Ukraine's high ambition and delivery in becoming a part of the European Union is part of that win. Particularly, I would say, in the fundamental rights cluster, because this is where a lot of the fundamental foundational values of the EU sit. It has been very impressive how fast and how deep Ukraine has moved on reforms. Paradoxically, despite the existential threat. But there's also still so much to be done. And I'm glad that there is this forum to continue and open the opportunity and the doors for dialogue to make this happen. There was once an American president who said, we're striving for a more perfect union. I think this is all about striving for a more perfect democracy inside Ukraine, because you have a democracy, you are a democratic country, and this is just about further perfection of that democracy. The project that we are starting off, it's called the Democratic Accession, Resilience and Engagement in Ukraine. Ukraine Dear. It has 3 pillars. First of the pillars is supporting Ukraine and its path to the EU, which is the alignment with EU acquis. The second pillar is looking at democracy under war, and how do you find that very delicate but important balance between security and democracy, while also understanding that security helps to protect democracy. And the third pillar is around grassroots engagement and supporting people to be active in the grassroots, for internally displaced people to feel like part of communities into which they have been displaced, and also supporting institutions and municipalities throughout all levels of governance with this work. So just to say thank you all of you for coming here. Thank you all for continuing to participate in this project and in the work to come. I would like to thank our partners, RPR Coalition, the Center as well. You are really outstanding organizations, and we're proud to stand with you in this work. We also would like to thank, of course, the German and Federal Ministry. We would like to, of course, thank the German Federal Ministry.
Ну, ви бачите, да, що нам заважають прямо тут, під землею.
I apologize, these enemies, they're not leaving us, and we are underground, but they're preventing us from doing our work right.
We took a minute's silence for the brave defenders of Ukraine. I would like to join to this, but also say thank you to everybody who's in the room. I know that a lot of you are continuing to work in very difficult circumstances, quite often at psychological cost, at a cost to your families, at a cost to your own well-being. So thank you for all the efforts that you are doing to hold the line, not only for Ukraine, but for Europe and the wider democratic world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your support. And also thank you for understanding that it is not only the war for independence, but it's really the war for democracy. And we are trying to prove that the democratic order, the democratic values, will prevail the dictatorship and their approaches to lives, to society, to communities, and so forth. That's why it's so important for us to start from fundamentals and to talk about justice, to talk about the governance, to talk about the grassroots initiatives, and to talk about the balance between freedoms and security, and not to forget freedoms and rights for the sake of security. It's highly important for us to keep this balance and to find this golden medium. Окей, рухаємося далі. Ще раз.
Moving on, one more time, please applaud our panelists.
So now we are moving to, again, a more hybrid format. As you understand, and if you were curious and you read the agenda, you understand who we're still waiting for, and this person will come, but we need to move forward. So now we are moving to the panel, which is called Launch of Accession Negotiations and Framework from the EU. So let's thank the participants of our welcoming panel. And we will ask the speakers for the next panel who are with us offline to come. Please take your seats. And while you are taking your seats, you know, Andrei, what I thought about. It would be really interesting to read the report about this project, what you will manage to do. And it will be pretty historic documents, I believe. So we are preparing to read that report, so keep it in mind. And we have our colleagues who join us offline. Alexander Ilko, Director of Government Offices for Coordination of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. Welcome. Victoria Melnik, Head of International Relations and European Integration, Center of Policy and Legal Reform. And we are waiting for some other colleagues who will join us. And we also have some colleagues online. we will have a lot of colleagues online from Ukraine and Europe, and I'm looking at our technical team, whether Wolfgang Nozer is with us. I think that there is some communication going on. Yeah, we see him. Wonderful. So Wolfgang Nozer, Head of Unit Fundamentals, Rule of Law, Anti-Fraud and Financial Management. So DG NIR. So the Director General of European Commission. And this is the directorate which is going to participate in negotiations and to form the so-called negotiation framework. So can you please show us Mr. Wolfgang?
Hello, good afternoon.
We could hear you, but чи можемо мати зображення? Okay, okay. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wolfgang. And we would like to start from the perspective of the EU, and the primary question to you: how is the framework for the negotiation according to your view, and do we really expect to start this process in the late June, and what are the key challenges for us, for Ukrainians, and for you as a European Union could we face during this process? Please.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I just have an echo here. I think now it's better. Thank you very much for inviting me, and good afternoon from Brussels. Let me start with mentioning what previous speakers have already said, and that is that Ukraine has delivered a lot on the reform agenda, especially on our 7 steps that we had set. And I think the opening of accession negotiations in December 2023 was an important recognition of these efforts that have been made. Now we have the member states discussing the negotiating framework, and I don't want to speculate here when exactly it will be adopted or what exactly will be in it. But what is absolutely clear is, as soon as this negotiating framework is adopted and we do the first intergovernmental conference, the work will actually only start because since we have this revised accession methodology, which was introduced in 2020, we have put great emphasis on the fundamentals, as was also said before already. And these fundamentals, the rule of law, the protection of fundamental rights, public administration reform, democratic institutions, and also the economy, these are sort of core issues, core values of the European Union. So they are very important for the European institutions and the member states, but they're also very important for the citizens in Ukraine, which can directly benefit from improvements in these areas. And they are also enablers for economic development and economic growth and prosperity. That's why one of the key expectations from the EU side is that the reforms, especially in the fundamentals area, will continue with the same or even stronger fervor as we have already seen in the past. And this for me is really the most important message I want to get across today, that the accession negotiations are of course a technical process. There are a lot of technical challenges, and I'll come to these in a moment. But the key driver for progress in these accession negotiations are the reforms in Ukraine. And the more these reforms progress and the faster, the more the process can move forward. And what is particularly important in this regard is the actual implementation of reforms, or sometimes we talk about the track record in fighting corruption and organized crime. What we really want to see is these practical results, that things are actually getting better, and we see that corruption is not tolerated. We see that prosecutions are carried out. People are convicted for the crimes they have done. So this for me is an absolutely crucial element. Let me also say a few words about the procedure. So once the negotiating framework is adopted, we have the first intergovernmental conference, and then we do what we call the bilateral screening. This is when our Ukrainian interlocutors present to us the situation in the country for the specific chapters. And on that basis, the European Commission will then produce screening reports for each of the 6 clusters. And these are then discussed with the member states in the council. Opening benchmarks are set, and this is then when the process really gets underway. Now, this procedure, it sounds relatively simple, but it's actually a huge exercise with hundreds of colleagues of mine engaged in the bilateral screening, for example. And I think this is also a challenge for Ukraine, for the capacities of the administration. So I think what is absolutely crucial here is a good negotiating structure, clear allocation of tasks, who is responsible for what, just to be able to digest this huge amount of information that will be going back and forth. I understand the Ukrainian government is already setting up these structures, and I think this is a very good thing to do, because once the progress starts, this will be a very intense work. The last element that I would like to mention is, of course, the role of civil society. And for me, civil society has a very important role in this entire process, or actually it has several roles. On the one hand, I think it's important that civil society continues to drive forward the reforms in Ukraine, and really is this engine of change. The second very important role is to also be a source for the European institutions, a source of information, of assessment, how they see the situation in the country. We of course have also other sources of information, but civil society is an important one. For example, for our annual report, next one will come out in October. But also it can feed into other things, like, for example, the screening reports. So these two roles for me are very crucial, and I hope that civil society will be able to continue playing this role and support the process. We of course also encourage participation or close following of the actual accession negotiations by civil society. Just for civil society to be more able to carry out its important role. These were the main points I wanted to make today, so I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfgang, for your estimations, for your reflections, and for the description of the procedure and structure of the negotiations, and also for your underlining the role of civil society. Колись була пісня Wind of Change.
So there was a song, Wind of Change, written by Scorpions. When they saw all the changes happening in certain territory, we will write a new anthem, the role of civil society on the way to the EU, and it will be engine of change. So that would be the name of the song. And I would like to add a bit of context from history. In the middle of 17th century in Ukraine, the first concept was developed. It was like some kind of idea of EU, Irina Merich, who was the chancellor of the big state, which it was for Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Poles. It was not an easy negotiation, but it was negotiated in Ukraine, and it was ratified in the Parliament of Poland and signed by the Polish king. But then another side got they intruded into the process, the same side which is now interrupting today. But at that time, we didn't have strong civil society in these three countries, so that we couldn't really make the agreement then, because only the the leaders of the countries, they organized negotiations. But we learned the lessons, and I hope that we will not repeat the mistakes, and now civil society will play their important role, fundamental role, for everything to be discussed, for all interests to be taken into account, and so that we all get to the goal which we set not only in the EU and in Ukraine, but achieve the goals that Ukrainian citizens and European citizens see as well. And now I would give the floor to the government, Alexander Ilkov, so Director of Government Office for Coordinator of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. I started with history. We have a lot of materials about the way how that project was being worked on and what government suggested. I mean, during the marriage, as a representative of Ukrainian government, they had very democratic norms about the freedom of speech, freedom of conscience. So what about now? Where do you feel that where government is ready to cooperate with civil society, and maybe you already have some roadmap which you are preparing for opening this negotiation framework, which we will see soon, maybe in a month. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to share my thoughts on when this very important process is about to begin in Ukraine. The government is ready for the beginning of negotiations, and probably you didn't expect that I would say something else. Of course, we are pretty new in this process, but we didn't start from zero. We worked a lot on association agreement, and when we were preparing for negotiations, we went through the procedure of self-screening, where we defined the volume of tasks that we need to implement. We could implement the people in government structure who are going to be responsible for these processes, to define the focal points for every task. We have done a lot in implementing recommendations of European Commission, which we needed to do before the decision was made about opening negotiations, and the majority of these recommendations were about the rule of law and the fundamentals. So I think that we have come a long way if we talk about the first cluster. But once again, we understand that we have much bigger scale tasks ahead of us, and this negotiation process has its peculiarities, and maybe I will share the challenges that we see. First of all, when we talk about negotiation process, negotiation is only to some extent, because it's not really negotiation, but it's about Ukraine following and doing the homework, and to meet all the requirements that will make it possible of meeting all Copenhagen criteria. Another aspect that we understand, that negotiations are going to be not only with the EU, because before our main counterpart was European Commission, and including Mr. Volkan, but now we understand that in the process of negotiations we will need to have agreements with each member state, and of course negotiation process and this negotiation framework which has been introduced by European Commission, it includes the individual role of each country and merit-based approach, and we understand that according to the current methodology of expansion, basically every country, without providing any justification, they can slow down this process or turn around. So we need to be ready that this is a process which will require certain compromises, because when we join this big European family, we need to respect the rights of those who are already members of this family. Third aspect, when we talk about negotiations, this is a multi-layer process, and we need to understand that classic understanding that we need to implement the whole volume of the legislation of the EU, and of course it's our key tasks. But this task is big, but not the hardest. The hardest task is going to be to implement institutional reforms, all those things that we will need to implement into practical life. It won't be enough just to adopt a law about drinking water, which will be meeting the requirements of European director, but the hard task will be to have high quality drinking water from the tap of every Ukrainian. And the length of negotiations, so because it's hard even to forecast how long it's going to be. Maybe Ms. Olga is going to mention that. But how we can influence all of this, we need to be dynamic, and we need to promptly respond to the requirements that we are facing. And that's the only thing we can do to accelerate the negotiation process. And if we talk about cooperation with civil society, we are deeply convinced that civil society have always been our biggest and reliable partner in this process. I see a lot of familiar faces. We are already working, we worked with you before, Taras Shamaida, who participated in the process of legislation about national minority, Maxim Latsiba, who thanked me for very European law on lobbying. So I think that we will have a lot of common tasks ahead of us. And this negotiation architecture, which is now at the last stage of forming, it also is about the active engagement of civil society, and also negotiation framework of European Commission also emphasizes that all reforms, they need to be inclusive, including civil society.
Дякуємо дуже вам.
Thank you very much to you, and the Vice Prime Minister on European Integration has joined us, Olga Stefanishina. Olga, please take a seat. And moving on, give her a hand, please. And moving on, we will talk a little bit about the role of civil society. It's a lot that we discuss about civil society today. It's it's a very good feeling. And then we'll give the floor back to the government, and we will talk with the government about the challenges that we are facing. Victoria Melnik, coordinator of the Euro integration of the Center for Political and Legal Reform. And Andriy, I wanted to join to your positive comment that we talk a lot about the civil society, but it's also important that in the process of this conversation, we're not a thing in itself. We're not just talking for ourselves and the doctor that is treating us. We're talking about the plans and the vision of the European integration in the presence of the government, the most responsible people from the government. I think that this is already our great achievement. So Victoria, the opinion of the civil society and on this cooperation, maybe some new forms of this cooperation where we can move, how we can cooperate with the government and the parliament so that our way to the full membership of the European Union, to Europe integration, would be quick but also good quality. So the three Ukrainian people did not, maybe at this big speed, we would not lose our interests on the way. Thank you very much for joining us today. Indeed, my main point here is probably that we need to build synergy between the government, the parliament, and the civil society, and as the international partners as well. If we want to effectively go through this negotiation process, I'll talk about several things that will be divided according to the timeline. Of course, it's incredibly important for us to start the negotiation now, to receive the negotiation framework, and to hold the first intergovernment conference. And here we see, in fact, the first threat. As Mr. Nozer has already mentioned, the work will be just starting. It is indeed so, but we shouldn't be extending the process of reforms here in Ukraine in parallel to the process of screening. The fundamental reform cluster indeed has its special characteristics. It's different from the other clusters because we're starting from it, we're ending with it. It encompasses both the Copenhagen criteria and the 5 additional chapters. And here we have the judicial reform, the rule of law, the anti-corruption thing, so the most difficult reforms that we need to work with. And basically, this cluster also impacts the general dynamics of the negotiation process because we need to fulfill the first opening benchmarks so that later on we will be able to start other negotiation chapters. So once again, here we need to communicate with our European partners in order to maintain the general dynamics of the negotiation process and not to expect the ending of the full process of a screening. And I think that we will be on the one page with the government here already. They have already been preparing to this process and they've done a lot of work on this. And that's also the organizational problem here, how we can improve the negotiation process in order to achieve the result better. We have already had one study that we conducted with our partners from the Ukrainian Center for European Policy on the benchmarks, because the methodology of expansion, it is rather structured, everything is outlined there, but in fact the generalized indicators, they create some challenges for the country to achieve the result when they are evaluated in the European Commission. And here we need to achieve a smart balance between clarity and flexibility so that we would achieve the results, but we could also pass the assessment and move along towards the other benchmarks in other target groups. The fundamentals are also important for us, and here we need to act, both the government and the civil society. The expansion methodology also provides for moving backwards. If we don't work enough in terms of democratic reforms somewhere, we can start moving backwards. And we also need to remember that constantly. Also, it is important to say that, mention the role of each of us in this process, because we have the parliament, the government, the civil society present here today. The role of the parliament is also a key role because it's namely the parliament who will be adopting the legislation. And here we need to achieve and to improve the interaction with the government, because the government will be having negotiations and agree on some specific things. So indeed we understand that MPs, the parliament, they have the right to introduce amendments, but there will be some things that we will not need to correct because it will be our agreement with the European partners. Also, the parliamentary democracy has the key role because we see that there's a great polarization of society in Europe, and we constantly need to use every possibility, every voice to talk about Ukraine, talk about supporting our Euro integration road, because yes, indeed, Alexander has mentioned that everything is decided by the member states so far, and the opening and closing of the negotiation chapters, it's also their prerogative within the European Council. So we do need to constantly build this support, to build the partnerships and to move forward. And of course, parliamentary control over the process of Euro integration measures. The role of the government is probably the biggest because the negotiations, they are responsible for the reforms, the implementation, and also the evaluation of this all. And the civil society in Ukraine indeed can support both sides in this process because it can provide indeed good quality expertise. Taking into account the challenges that we do have because of the war, the so-called brain drain, we also need to understand that we need to work as a team in order to achieve the result. And I think that Ukrainian civil society has proved the fact that's probably the most expert civil society in the world. Also expert diplomacy, especially in the member states. There are member states where the expertise and capacity is rather weak regarding what's happening in Ukraine, basically. We need to constantly work with them to prevent things, because also the military support depends on this, because we see that there are electoral cycles, the governments change, but even the member states, there is the societal request for supporting Ukraine. Even when the authorities change, the power changes, the narrative on support will not change. And of course, the monitoring that we need to conduct, we need to get together and to identify the red lines, where we need to move, what recommendations we can provide, both to the government and to the European Commission. And the most important thing is the synergy between all of us and as many partnerships as possible. Only when we are united, we can yield the result that is necessary, that is needed for Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. We are going to continue after some applause for you. Ola, thank you very much for joining us despite the schedule that you have. We can't even imagine your schedule, but thank you very much for being with us right now. When we started the event, and now we have discussed several things, how much Ukraine is prepared for the negotiation. We have already heard that, of course, Ukraine is ready. But once again, how much Ukraine is ready. If Ukraine is ready, maybe something needs to be strengthened. And if this strength can come from the civil society, then what can the civil society do? The other question is what main challenges and barriers we may face, where we may have the toughest negotiation, or Belgium is now heading, and then Hungary will be heading. So will this impact our negotiation process? And then when could this process end, according to your estimation? And I'm asking you these questions in terms of pragmatics, because Ukrainians, they've always divided themselves into romantics and pragmatists. You know, and Ola, you are the constructive pragmatist of this process. You do not think over some romantic ideas. You see the process, you see the procedure, and she needs to achieve the results pragmatically. So in terms of this, how do you see the answers to all of these questions? Hi, I apologize for being late. I had to go out of the Euro integration track and switch to NATO track. There was a very important meeting. It was so interesting, I couldn't even leave. I also had to be present there at the very beginning, but I had to stay till the very end. That's how interesting it was. And before answering your questions, Andrei, I want to say several things. We had a very romantic, inspired cooperation with the civil society after Ukraine applied for membership. We all know this. We've discussed it many times, but it's very interesting for me to observe now the consequences of these cooperations, the good, important consequences. So everything that's related to future negotiations, it's a bit scary for me to move without the civil society, because it's always the backup, and where we lacked the expertise, where we lacked capacity, professionalism, knowledge, there always were analytical centers, expertise, some background work that's already been done that we could lean on, or some emergency context that we could also involve in our work. And now it's basically scary to move without the civil society. I'm saying this as the representative of the government. Another thing that's very important for me, the HR problems are very important now, the capacity in the ministries. So the Euro integration deputy ministers are now being fired and are now being appointed newly. Also, there will be a negotiation team approved, and it will be far broader than the deputy ministers for Euro integration. And I caught myself thinking that now when I'm thinking about the appointment of new colleagues or letting them go, I understand that for me it's important that this person has a connection with the civil society, that this person has the authority, that this person has the skills and the possibility to ask for help and to interact constantly with the civil society, as the same as with the project donors and international partners. In the recent weeks, there were several decisions, and I do understand that for me, it is the main element when it comes to a certain decision about letting go or appointing somebody at the ministry, because I understand that without the backup of the civil society, without the dialogue, and without the interaction with the international partners, the most successful professional person in their sphere, they will not be able to have a good result during the negotiation process. It's very important for me personally. And then the second observation, as a result of our interaction in the past years, and also the third thing that's very important, it makes us different in a certain way from all the other experiences of expanding the European Union and even the expansion of the other 8 countries. There are several decisions that the European Commission has already adopted. They're invited and they're supporting the invitation of the civil society to the screening, the analytical centers. So basically, it's the first piece of the online negotiation process. This is unprecedented, basically. And another important moment is that in our negotiation process, in the negotiation groups, there will be representatives of civil society and business. This will be officially approved by the government, so this is legally, there's a legal link to it already, and I think that it's a very important element, not just of the Euro integration, but of reconciliation. For some reason, the civil society has always been put the opposite from the government and vice versa, and they were trying to measure their power. You're doing the judicial reform like this or like that. Here you have the 7 members of expert members of the advisory council, but we want 6. So there was this paid reconciliation, shame, influences, and now this process is changing. And for me, it's a global reconciliation between civil society and the government in the real way. I am sure that inside the process there will be a lot of battles, a lot of quarrels, but this will be joint work anyway, and it's incredibly important for me. It makes me sure, it makes me confident in this future. And if asked whether we are ready, well, we are ready, you know. We are ready, and we are much more capable right now than the European Commission. And when you say that I'm not a romantic, I was the romantic person who said 2 years. So, yeah. Laying the cards on the table on this, if the negotiation depended only on Ukraine, I'm quite sure that we'll be able to finish it within the 2 years, because now when we're nearing the specific negotiation points, when it goes beyond the rule of law or the governance, I see that we rather quickly react. I close the questions of political consultations, and the team of the government office, it works at the expert level, and at the same time the European Commission also involves very quickly. So we have this fully aligned team. We could be moving quickly, but the biggest challenge I see in how the European institutions cannot yet move quickly. They are still learning. Moreover, the elective negotiation process is now happening with Ukraine, with Moldova, and further on with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also with Albania. So it's basically almost the same negotiation team from the side of the Euro Commission. Ukraine is a little bit different, so physically it's difficult to keep up, and I see the biggest challenge is not in the fact that the European Commission can't, but in the fact that it makes us slower. I have a lot of requests to the Parliament on priority transformations, reforms. The Parliament is ready to run quickly, to get involved, and it's very difficult to plan the agenda because, you know, there's no Euro integration bloc, so there is no this goal. And we cannot move forward quicker because the negotiation process is constant. And then we're changing from turbo mode, from more sustainable process, but we want it to be turbo. We want it to be very quick. We can do it, and it's difficult. It creates some space for alternative processes. So here I would like to call all of us to push, really push the European Commission. I don't see specific risks, particular risks, because the problems that are important and that are difficult to overcome in the other countries of the expansion. I don't remember specifically which of the Balkan states. The premier has been explaining for a very long time that for 5 years they will not be able to move in the negotiation process because there was some problem in the parliament, in mutual understanding there. But in fact, or like some other problem, but we have the war. So we are fighting for our existence, for our survival, and the European integration is the guarantee of our security after the war. This is why on this road, all the other challenges, they're not as impossible to overcome and not as difficult. So I'm sure that we will always have understanding in the issues that are important. I also want to make the business more active because they need to stand up for their interests in the negotiations. They don't know this yet, but they say very clearly that if you have a problem, please ask us, we will suggest the solution. So they are very practical, and it will be the involvement ad hoc. So it's important for us to win, to survive, but everything else, I think that this is our duty to be able to do it. And when you have the bar set this high, everything else is just a process. It's just a process, and it also makes me more confident that in the most difficult situations in the parliament, we've always have been able to find the solutions, whether it was about judicial reform, whether it was the law on lobbying, whether it was the legislation on national minorities that led to the fact that we unpacked some untouchable articles of the law on Ukrainian language, and we said that we should not only fight against the Russian language, but we should also give the possibility to be more European to people. So we were able to find consensus there. This is also the question of electronic declarations and the public person status, the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. These things, they were impossible. So, under some different conditions. So I feel very confident here, and I hope that the only black swan that can happen, that we can meet on our way, it will lead us to quick win to victory that will also be solidified by our membership in the European Union.
Чи перебуваємо ми в такій?
So are we in the same shape like Olga? So we have a slot for one question. But the question has to be like really good, really clear, and very short. Let's show whether civil society are up to this task. No questions. I warned you that you need to prepare. Yes, I see. One question, and then we need to move forward. Good afternoon, I'm Maxima Seba. So tell us, please, how analytical centers and civil society can be a part of these negotiation groups. It's great that they will be open for businesses and civil society. So who should we write? Where should we apply? What is the procedure going to be? Ask Alexander all the questions. You will manage to get there, but the government will face a big problem because in government we have certain people who are doing civil, like we are who we are, but civil society will have to select the best. Yes, we are not planning to have some competition and selection process, but we need to think how to do it properly. But in practice, I can say that I am a tough negotiator, and those who are ready to work with and to roll up their sleeves and who will be ready to work here and now. So we need those organizations who are ready just to come and join immediately. So, Alexandra, you've heard the story more than 100 times. So when I have a story when we gathered civil society on 29th of February, and nobody asked questions. So we are trying to get engaged. We gather people from the whole Europe. We work online. And only one organization started to tell us about who will pay for what and what contracts we have. So we will engage those who are capable and who will be ready to work, but it doesn't mean that we will not have dialogue. So we don't cancel all other formats of cooperation, but this type of cooperation where the consultations are going on, but like all other formats can be used. So as the question was very short, I think we can afford to ask another one. Please, the mic here. So it's actually to continue the same question. Take into account the question of Maxim and the shortage of representatives in civil society. Will we need to sign NDAs when we become members of these potential working groups? Because for us it's a danger. If we sign something like this, then we cannot communicate with citizens. So we need to choose whether we're helping you or we communicate with society. Have you thought about that? It's a very pragmatic question. Yeah, you really set high, like the level of how prepared you are. Are you ready? I assume that you are still working on the procedure, and we will need to have a separate discussion about this. So the procedure is still being developed. Okay, then we need to move forward, and we need to let our guests go, and Ms. Wong had to go back to her work in government. A round of applause to our panel. So we communicated with Olga Stefanishyna, Vice Prime Minister on Euro-Atlantic integration. Wolfram Nozer joined us from Euro Commission. Alexander Ilkov, so Government Office, and Victoria Melnik, Center of Political and Legal Reforms. Thank you. And now we are moving to fundamentals, a vision of civil society. We will have a few chapters how we are going to discuss this, and we start with the rule of law and democratic institutions. Please, the members of this panel, please, if you join us offline, take your seat. Denis Maslov, Chairman of Parliament Committee on Legal Policy, Lyudmila Suhak, Deputy Minister of Justice for European Integration, Yulia Kirichenko, Co-Chair of the Board of Reanimation Package of Reforms, Yevhen Kropivin, Criminal Justice Expert, Center of Political and Legal Reform, and Olena Ovcharenko, Expert on Judiciary, Center of Policy and Legal Reform. We can start. It got really noisy now. I see that European integration already started in the room. Please attention to our panel. We have so many people. Okay, all the attention to our panel. Now we'll talk about fundamentals, and we start with rule of law and democratic institutions. And we mentioned Denis Maslov a few times today. First of all, we want to thank the government and the parliament, representatives of the parliament, that you believe it is important to participate in discussions like this and in cooperation with civil society. So once again, thank you very much. Mr. Denis, the question to you as an MP and the chairman of the Committee on Legal Policy, on priorities which you set for yourself as the chairman, in meeting these fundamental requirements, because without doing this, we cannot move forward. Negotiations will never be over after all the circles of hell. So what priorities do you set for your committee? And we hope you are going to be honest and open, because the government said that they could not work without civil society, so they are planning to engage civil society and business. What about your capacity, or the capacity of your committee to process this number of documents? Even if you look at the list of all the documents, all the pages of EU legislation that you need to process and implement. And do you need more assistance of civil society? If yes, then how do you see it work? And you have 4 minutes, so to answer all the questions. Sure, we can do that. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, all the participants. It's very important to have a dialogue and discussion. And of course, I have to say a few words about good job of Parliament, because I'm a member of the Parliament, because the committee that I chair, if you talk about 7 recommendations of the European Commission, so probably the biggest European integration committee, not by the name but the essence, it was our committee, because we were responsible for 2.5 recommendations out of 7. Nobody else worked on so many, and we were not responsible for so many. And unfortunately, Ms. Stefanishina left, but I can say that on professional level, on the level of institution, and on the level of personal communication with Olga Stefanishina, when we were working on these recommendations, we had extremely intense dialogue. We could have a phone call at 2 a.m. if it was necessary to align our positions. And so this is a great thank you to the government, because Ms. Stefanishina has enough energy to move us forward. We fulfilled this 2.5 recommendations, so that was the Constitutional Court. We changed the procedure. We changed it. We have the result, but yeah, the result, that's another issue to discuss. Then the High Qualification Commission of Judges and the Commission of Judges, so they will launch and they are working. Also, we were responsible on going back to e-declaration and lobbying. Well, lobbying was, I would say, unexpected. It was an unexpected recommendation for many of us. We had troubles there, and I can say that we really worked closely with representatives of civil society. Even some of the people who were actively engaged in the work of the working group, they are in this room now, and I can say that about our committee, so I can say that our work is pretty inclusive. We give the floor to everyone, but our question is about being professional, so not just to talk too much. So like, when everybody talks too much, then we switch to wording, and then out of 30 people who talk, 5 people stay. But we move to constructive dialogue and professional dialogue. And for the second question, yes, so we need of course, we need the engagement of civil society and professional environment. I want to thank separately to the Center of Political Legal Reform. You are partners of the committee. We address you, you prepare conclusions, and the documents you prepare, you're definitely very professional. If we talk about plans, so the first plan, yesterday I gave interview, and I was asked about the judicial reform, your integration. Yeah, I ask all, like I say, that we did what we needed and just don't touch us anymore.
So we have our own draft laws, we want to keep working on them, and we fulfilled everything else. And we've adopted important draft laws that introduce serious amendments, changes, and now I would like us to focus on their implementation, monitoring the procedure of implementation of these laws that we've adopted, both on the selection of the judges of the Constitutional Court and the Higher Judicial Commission and the disciplinary inspectors. I'd like to explain that to receive a green tick that we've adopted that from the European Commission and so on and so forth is all good, but we mustn't forget about implementation stage. I see serious problems there in the implementation of the things that we've adopted, both organizational and technical, in terms of wording of certain norms. I can speak in bigger detail, but I will not make it into 4 minutes. So I would like us basically to focus on that. What the committee has globally, we have a working group reforming legal education. This is in the report. We've created the corresponding working group, and the representatives both of our international partners are involved there and of civil society, and we would like to implement this part. Then the digitalization processes, they are also mentioned. The process in the judiciary system, we have absolutely positive dynamics there. We had an agreement with USAID and Pravo Justice with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We have the overseeing committee. We meet once every 2 weeks, and the technical audit have been completed by now, and the functional audit now is being performed, and it should provide the TOR for the new system. As a result, we have certain optimistic messages from our partners that both the budgets probably will be provided for the development of this new system. So the processes of digitalization. I visited Great Britain, the other countries. Everybody's talking about digitalization. A lot of budgets have been invested there. We don't have these budgets, but we have the support of our international partners. And what else we have? We also have experience of digitalization of processes, and we need to use this experience that we've accumulated. This is why there was the idea to involve the Ministry of Digital Transformation into this process. Another difficult question, unfortunately, the ministry has not arrived. He would have to answer it, but the deputy minister will have to answer this instead. The processes of implementing the court decisions, it is a huge problem. Just let me know when I run out of time. Okay, I do apologize. I have already. So the processes of implementation court decisions, quite frankly, without solving the question of implementing the court decisions of the European Court of Human Rights, without solving the serious problems with implementing the decisions of national courts, including the decisions that we made against the state, we will not Euro-integrate. And it's a complicated issue. There needs to be some interaction with the Ministry of Justice, especially during the martial law. There are some special characteristics of that. We have some serious legislation on this. This is a heavy boulder. How to solve it during the martial law, I honestly don't know. But I will say that tomorrow we will have on the agenda the draft law on improving judicial control that the European Council sees partially as improving implementing the court decisions. Just a couple of more words. There's the issue of mediation. I would say the pre-trial solution of cases. In order to decrease the workload for the courts, we would like to decrease this workload through the alternative ways of solving the cases. Briefly, that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we've heard the priorities, and we've heard that the civil society will be constantly involved, but at a very, very professional level. With the wording. If you can't do the wording, just don't come. Okay, thank you, Denis. You have built the bridge to the governments. We're now allowed to give the floor to Ludmila. You, as a deputy minister of justice, how do you see this process of adapting the legislation? And maybe you could talk a little bit more about what needs to be done in order to Euro-integrate in terms of rule of law and maybe the law enforcement bodies, but you will have an even more difficult task because we will now give every speaker 3 minutes. Good afternoon, dear participants. Is it not working? Let me... Yeah, my time is just running out. I will try to be as quick as possible, and at the same time I would try to answer a question in detail. Indeed, rule of law is something that is included in the fundamentals cluster. So rule of law, the functioning of democratic institutions, those are indeed the chapters that are the most important as part of this cluster. And on these chapters within the European Union, we have already had the explanatory meetings, and we are now preparing very actively to bilateral meetings. During the explanatory meetings, the representatives of Council of the European Commission have explained what needs to be done, but during the bilateral meetings, we need to talk what we have been able to achieve, what we've done, and also we need to paint a certain roadmap, what we need to achieve in the process of Euro integration. It was rather difficult. The Ministry of Justice coordinates these chapters, and I would like to say that delegations and negotiation groups on these 2 chapters, they've included representatives of 30, 40 bodies, authority bodies, independent on the chapter. And now, despite the fact that we are still expecting the negotiation framework from the European Union, we are not wasting any time, and we already started working on preparing 2 bilateral meetings. We already have the dates for these bilateral meetings, and we have started developing the roadmaps that Mr. Ilkov and Olga Stefanishina have mentioned earlier. What we're doing in this direction, we're basically forming the subgroups, working subgroups within the central authority bodies that will work on certain directions. We have started the work with our international partners, with the donor projects, including GIZ, Prava Justice, UACI, Justice for All. So we feel very powerful support from our partners. And it has already been mentioned that we have a self-screening innovative project, and as part of the self-screening, we understand what we need to achieve and what has already been achieved. Also, I would like to draw attention to the fact that the issue of fundamentals, they have always been monitored by the European Union as part of the association agreement, the dialogue on lifting the visas, the subcommittee Justice, Freedom, Security, and also the dialogue on human rights, because the human rights are also the part of the fundamentals cluster in the chapter of justice, freedom, and security. So we understand how many laws we need to adopt, but when we see the negotiation framework, when we have the approved roadmaps, we will have a clear idea where we need to move. Now we're working on forming the comparative tables of correspondence, because according to our agreements with the European Union and those laws that have been fully implemented, we need to prepare the comparative tables and we need to submit them. And on those that still need to be regulated, we continue to be working with those areas. What is easier for us as part of this cluster, there are quite many laws, bilateral, multilateral, international agreements that have already been adopted, ratified, and implemented by Ukraine. So we need to look at what has not been implemented yet, and we need to move there. Thank you very much. Very good structure. You have covered all the topics, and your timing was also ideal. And now, moving on to this wing, to Yulia Kirichenko, the co-head of the Board of Renovation Package of Reforms Coalition and the member of the board of the Center of Policy and Legal Reform, where Yulia, well, basically all the center is covering the fundamentals, but she's responsible for constitutional direction there. And I think that today we have not talked in depth about it, but in these turbulent times, the historical times that Ukraine is now living through in the war, it's important to maintain democracy, to keep democracy, and so that I don't think that we'll be able to lose it if we stay in the negotiation process, because it's the most important thing. But the risk, it's been discussed, at least in the media, and please tell us what is your vision, what we need maybe to add to this negotiation process from the side of civil society, so that, first of all, democracy is maintained, is developed, is deepened. Thank you, Natalia. I would like to emphasize that Ukraine has a unique negotiation process because we're going through this negotiation process when we are at war, and we can't be similar to any other country. I think that the first requirement to us, we are democracy at war, they need to be much softer. It's quite evident with these not just barriers, but the genocide of Ukrainian people is taking place, the real shelling. I apologize, we cannot have the same requirements. It's impossible. Because if they have the same requirements, it's playing together with the aggressor country. So I think that the framework needs to be soft, adapted to the fact that we don't know what happens today. Maybe we'll have blackout, and maybe in the government quarters as well. So we need to understand that there can't be the harsh position there, negotiation position. You need to do this by this deadline, because we don't know what happens tomorrow. And the opposition, I have 3 minutes. I have democratic institutions, and there are quite many of them. The first democratic institution that we already have, that's in the fundamentals, that's election. We are quite unique. Did it ever happen that a country, in terms of law, objectively, in terms of possibility to have the democratic election, not like Russia does it, you know, pseudo-elections, pseudo-referendums, pseudo-parties, and, you know, haha, we're a democracy. We can't hold the democratic election. Several phrases here. Thank you for the parliament to agree that during the war, during the martial law, we'll have no election, neither for the president, for the parliament, or the local elections, and we need to just end it here. Nobody should be listening to Russian fake news about somebody being illegitimate. This is just bullshit, because there is the principle of the continuity of power, and the Constitution clearly says when the parliament and the president become illegitimate. So we need to understand that we need to fight back the fake news of the aggressor country. But what Ukraine needs to do here, yes, we do not have election during the martial law, but already now, after the agreement has been made between the opposition and the majority that yes, we're holding off the election, we need to also agree on a certain framework, how the first post-war election is held. So already now, the political parties that are in the parliament, and that we understand also they will be new in the parliament, everybody needs to understand this negotiation framework. And I think that today we can develop this draft law on separately from the electoral code, on the peculiarities, the characteristics of the first post-war election. Maybe it's going to be a joint election. You know, we understand that we have the extended period of both for the president and the parliament. Also, we need not to forget about the OSCE recommendations on financing the political parties. That was before the full-scale invasion, and on the 9 fixed places in the proportional system. And of course, we need to go to the proportional system with the open lists, and then the parliament, so that I wouldn't take any more time. We already have no time, unfortunately. Yeah, on the parliament and multi. Okay, I'm going to just announce this. Parliament, civil society, and then we will give the vision. There is an infographic related to it. We'll see the vision of the parliament and the government. We understand the conditions that all of us live now. So it's quite concise, quite our pragmatic minimum vision, what needs to be done. In terms of the parliament, there are certain draft laws mentioned there. In terms of the multi-level governance, there are specific 2 draft laws with numbers, and all the civil society. Here we would, thank you, Yulia, we would emphasize the implementation, the law on lobbying here, and so that indeed the civil society that helps the government will not be considered lobbyists, because we're evidently not lobbyists. We're not lobbyists, lobbyists are not us. Okay, but thank you very much for this announcements. You see the QR code, you see it there, and you also see it on your badges. So you can download all the materials with the help of this QR code. We will not be able to discuss everything today, but most of the materials are there at this link, and you can access them. Yulia, I do apologize, really, that we need to condense, but wording, timing, you know. So moving on to the criminal justice, Yevhen Krapivin is the expert on this at the Center for Policy and Legal Reform. Yevhen, we have this comprehensive strategic plan for reforming of the law enforcement bodies, starting from last year. It seems to be the comprehensive, deep thing that covers everything. Is this plan enough? Can we fulfill it? Do we need anything extra to add onto it? And how we work with it? What's going on with it? Will it help us to finish all the homework that we have? 3 minutes you have. Thank you for the question. If we read everything that's in the slide, I will not make the time. I will not make 3 minutes. So I indeed will start by saying that we do have a comprehensive plan. There is a plan of the events to it. The project is almost at the Cabinet of Ministers, and it has the detailed agenda of implementation for the nearest 3 years. And this is a 150-page document that was developed at the Prosecutor General's office, and the experts from the Center for Policy and Legal Reform were also involved, among others. But this document aims to fulfill everything that is in the EU recommendations, in the 7 ones, but also in the other more detailed recommendations on prosecution and on security. But certain emphasis can be done further on, depending on how the government works with it, how the parliament works with it. And I cannot but mention that in the conditions of war, we have 2 huge chapters that are on military justice, so bringing to responsibility people for the international, primarily war crimes. And there are some critical things, such as adopting the Rome Statute of the ICC. We have the government plan that provides that we do it within a year after canceling or ending the martial law. Well, this is the question of building the bodies that are investigating this. Unfortunately, the experience of former Yugoslavia, unfortunately, and other countries show that this is a work for dozens of years for the future, and we need to be ready now so that it wouldn't happen like it happened with the Maidan cases, where there were no specialized institutions, and the investigations, they were threatened by this, endangered by this. And also talking about the military justice, the bodies that investigate the violations in the armed forces of Ukraine, and we have long thought about reforming the military order service and reforming the body that would call like the Bureau of Military Justice. There are different options for naming it, but we understand that we have the new mobilization law right now, but there's also the issue of not fulfilling it, especially in the part of criminal reaction for violating this legislation. It really depends on the capacity of these bodies to work with this, and this is also something that needs to be reformed. And finally, we have the problem of the criminal process that is not directly related to the comprehensive things on the law enforcement bodies, but it has the entire chapter on the criminal policy, on the criminal process, and we have heard things like canceling Lozovые amendments, countering the misuse of the procedural rights. There are some things that end up in the parliament that have been discussed. Some of them have been already adopted. For instance, the High Anti-Corruption Court and the cases that it will be reviewing so that it wouldn't have too many cases. Anyway, it's all about criminal justice, and we have something that's been provided for, something that corresponds to the EU directives. And also this emphasis, I would say, war-related, that we need to ensure here and now, because we are not writing the plan for, after the victory, as they say, but we are writing the plan on something that can be already implemented, can be implemented now, and we cannot but take into account these aspects, and briefly they are outlined here and in our materials. Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Olena and Natalia, and they will have even a worse task, 2 minutes.
Yes, so Olena Ovcharenko, expert on judiciary, Center of Policy and Legal Reform. Denis Maslow mentioned that it's not enough just to adopt laws. We have some issues with implementation, including with certain courts. So what are the priorities that what should be fixed if we talk about implementation so that we meet high standards of judiciary of the EU? I will try to be short. If we analyze the plan, which was prepared in November by European Commission, So if recommendations about judiciary can be split into two groups, and there are around 20 of them. First group, what can be done, what is possible to do during the war, those changes of legislation that Parliament is already working on. And the second part of recommendations, it's impossible to implement now under martial law, and obviously so to increase the financing of judiciary, to improve the school of judges, so it has to be postponed to the time when the war is over. So the priorities, of course, it was important that the High Qualification Commission, they were relaunched and they couldn't work for a long time, so now they have more than 400,000 cases. Now we have the selection process about disciplinary inspectors, because there is a service which is going to be working on disciplinary violation of judges. That's a direct requirement. So the High Qualification Commission of Judges, they're going to have a really big task ahead of them. We have now selection process to a Court of Appeal, for example, in Kharkiv, my native city, which is under shelling all the time. We have only 14 judges there. It's absolutely critical situation. Okay, we need to round up. And then, so institutional capacity of the Commission to implement all these processes and to renew the qualification. So we still need to process about 2,000 judges, and they also need to implement new reforms. So the capacity is going to be really important. But it's impossible to do any of that without civil society, because one of the critical requirements is that's active engagement of the Integrity High Council to be engaged into all processes of selection processes of judges, and also expert engagement is important as well. And here I see the strategic mission of the Center of Policy and Legal Reforms. Yes, because we have professionals who are experts in this area. Thank you. Thank you. We discussed the rule of law and democratic institutions from the point of view of Parliament, government and civil society. And we tried to define the priorities. The round of applause to our panelists, Denis Maslow, Людмила Сухак, Yulia Kirichenko, Evgen Krapevin, Olena Ovcharenko. Thank you very much, and thank you for being so brief. Thank you very much. Now we can move to our next panel, effective public administration. That's what we are going to discuss now. So I would like to invite the members of the panel who are here offline. Natalia Lushina. I don't see her. And Mr. Igor Koliushko. Alexander Sayenko. OG6. And we have two people who join online. Olena Shulyak. Gregory Virant will join us later. Thank you, dear colleagues. Okay, could you please give us attention, and because we are going to discuss about public administration, We said that Ukraine is ready for negotiations, but let's look into this readiness, because all this state machine has to be ready. So actually we need to check this car, to change tires, to get some petrol, and to check if the engine is running properly. So let's talk about this car and this engine. So we would like to give the floor to Olena Shulyak, chairwoman of Committee for the Organization of the State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development, Urban Planning. Ms. Olena, are you with us? Yes, good afternoon. I can hear and see you, dear moderators, Mr. Andrei and Natalia. Yes, we can see and hear you as well. Thank you very much for joining us. We are a little bit over time, but it's our new normality. We are on the way of European integration in times of war, so we need to forgive some mistakes. So we have many questions, but let's start with the basics. So what should we do, in your opinion, to start the process of negotiations, but also for it to be sustainable? And so what can you say about our public administration? How should they cooperate with parliament, government, civil society? So is there this cooperation, or maybe priority draft laws? I know I ask you everything at once, but I believe in you. Okay, let's start. First of all, now Ukraine is facing two big challenges. One is full-scale invasion, and the second is our Euro integration processes, which shows us that that means that we shouldn't stop. We need to continue with our plans, with our reforms, which we plan to implement. And of course, these reforms can be implemented only if there is synergy in the work of the government, parliament, and civil society. Our committee has a lot of positive examples of cooperation with civil society. I want to thank the RPR and the Center for Political Legal Reform. We had very effective cooperation when we were working on the legislation on administrative procedure. We know that it was a very important law that we had been working for many years, and I'm very proud that our convocation, with the huge influence of civil society, we turned this draft law into a law, and now we're working on its implementation. And the working group of the committee, we are working of draft law 10/161, which is about the implementation of this law. We have certain things when certain state institutions, through proposing different amendments not to be covered by this law, but our position is clear, and this European integration law is going to be implemented. Another challenge that our committee is working, and also the government is working, and civil society, that's the reform of public administration, which was started in 2016. And of course, a lot has to be done for it to be finished. We made a step. We adopted legislation in the service in the self-governance, so it's also on the stage of implementation. Of course, it's only the first step to make legislation in this area on the level of European Union, but it was a breakthrough for us that before this law, nobody knew even the exact number of how many people work in institutions of self-governance, but we implemented certain rules and procedures which are about the fairness and justice demanded by our society. The next draft law, which is important for our committees, and I see Natalia Alyushina and Ms. Ugis, you are doing a lot for this legislation to be adopted, 82. So at the end of 2023, we had certain meetings with the Prime Minister, and we were planning to adopt this draft law. I was hoping that it could happen faster, but I'm happy that now it is a part of Ukraine facility, and it's going to be this marker on providing certain funds after this law is adopted in the session hall. And as you know, at the end of 2023, certain amendments were proposed to the legislation of the state budget of 2024, where the salaries for public servants was based on qualification characteristics. On the one hand, this procedure is transitional. There are some pros and cons. The pros, of course, that we try to standardize certain processes and to regulate this fair balance for someone to have 300% bonus, and when salaries are very different for the same level of public servants. But we also see cons. When there are a few ministries and they have higher status and people can get higher salaries in those ministries, we see certain disbalance when some agencies have pretty low salaries, which don't lead to transparent and clear work. We will need to equalize this balance, and I think 8022 draft law and the support of Ukraine facility, I'm sure that it's going to be adopted much faster. I hope this year. Also, I would like to emphasize that our committee now is working, and we are trying even for the next session to put on the agenda the government draft law, and maybe Ms. Natalia will give you more. So 6496, which is describing how we can have the selection competition and how to hire people for public service, but let's be honest, so this draft law was prepared before the war, so it's not really ready, and our working group is going to work on maybe some small draft law which can regulate the issue of selections and competition, and then it will have more chances to be adopted. Another big issue where we are working, that's the work of different digital tools in public administration. Ukraine is #1 if we talk about digitalization. We see various digital tools in different areas of our life and economy, and I think that these draft laws are going to be supported, adopted and implemented with support of our knowledge and experience that we already have. And I have to mention 4254 draft law on public consultation. It's great that it is part of Ukrainian plan. So now we have a discussion with active civil society on so going back to bring back to this draft law, and so we believe that it's important to include that it is obligatory for MPs to organize public consultations And I am organizing public consultations to be a role model, to show that it's not scary, it's great to consult and to get feedback, to provide explanations of why this ideology was chosen for certain norms of the law. But we'll see how this law is going to be perceived in the session hall, because there are not many supporters of this norm, so that public consultation is obligatory for MPs. Also, I would like to say a few words about 4298. That's about the reform decentralization and the local administration, working with prefect administration, and to have a certain the control function on everything that is done on the levels of governance. And we worked in our committee, and we engaged in international institutions. The Council of Europe was a moderator. We organized lots of different discussions, and I was quite surprised as I was preparing for some of the discussions. I got some statements which the Ministry of Regional Development used in 2018. When I look at these talking points of the ministry in 2018, and then I saw the statements of 2023 of this ministry, which shows that the process of 2018 was more on the level of just constantly being in discussion, but it never led to a fully formed conclusion. So I'm very happy that 4298 is a part of Ukraine facility. It's the first quarter 2025. So I hope that we will be able to bring it to the session hall, and then the reform decentralization will have logical continuation, because it is about responsibility and budgeting and finance. So Ms. Olena, thank you. I have to interrupt you. You didn't just answer all my questions that I asked, but it felt that you were reading my cheat sheet. All further questions you already answered in advance. If you can, please stay, but we understand if you have to run. I'm sorry, I'm on the road, but thank you very much. You answered all the key questions, and you built a nice bridge towards Natalia Alyushina, head of the National Agency of Ukraine on Civil Service. And could you please continue of what Ms. Olena mentioned? She talked about salaries and competitions, which is very important. We talk about really to have high quality negotiation team. So could you tell us, please, who do you see as a partner among civil society? So maybe you have some idea of who you can engage for specific draft laws or some certain ideas. You have a great opportunity to do so now. And maybe more philosophical question. So how would you describe a typical public servant? How this public servant is going to be changed in the process of your integration? We have competition, better salary, probably better language skills. What else? Thank you very much for the invitation. I want to thank Ms. Olena, because the committee is our partner, the same as the government and parliament and our international experts. We work all together, and we are promoting of, continuing of everything that has been mentioned by Ms. Olena about draft laws, and they really show our essence of reforms of what we are working on. So these are two government draft laws which have been mentioned by Ms. Olena. That's about salaries. So the reform of the salary, it is very complicated. issue, and it's the hardest task of public administration. This year, we started the law on the state budget, and we moved to the new model of payment for public servants according to their qualifications. It's hard to call a reform because these are just elements of the reform which were integrated into the state budget this year. 3460 law. If we talk about the difficulty of this reform, the first reading, it was 28th of July last year. Now we're preparing for the second reading together with our committee, with the Parliament. We are ready to some extent, but we still need to have some agreement so that we are ready for the second reading. But these are just first steps, but it's already a certain framework that we can work with. About the second draft law, 6496, it's not about the bringing back competition. This is the new procedure of selection of joining public service and leaving public service. So this draft law not about launching selections. They can start only after the martial law is over. So these are just some gradual steps which we need to make to unfreeze the procedure overall. Of course, the procedure of competition, it has to be new, it has to be refreshed. And to continue all the speakers who presented today, I would like to say that some of the international partners, they are saying about the unique Ukrainian case of public administration, about resilience of public administration in time of the war. And this is the case that we can show to our European partners, and they can really learn how public administration can be resilient. And the third aspect, that's about digitalization of HR processes. In our electronic system about all the documents, salaries, and I have to mention of preparing of like the new portal. So now we will have a unified portal of all vacancies in public service. We will all move to this transparent portal with all vacancies, and it will allow us to draw attention to the public service as an interesting employer. We'll have high level of trust among citizens about applying for jobs to participate in competition procedures.
But I also like to emphasize that we do not limit ourselves with only these three directions: development, the reform, digitalization, competitions, and the reform for remuneration. The issue of professional development of public officials and people in the local self-government is also important. The training to increase their qualifications. I cannot but mention something that Olena also mentioned today: local self-government. So serving in the local self-government, it's a joint draft law, an advocated draft law by our committee, the Line Committee, and also we have the law on serving in the bodies of local self-government, the new law, and it will be enacted indeed after the war ends, after half a year that it happens. And today 70% of other acts under this law have been prepared that can be immediately launched if the Parliament enacts the law on serving in the local self-government bodies. On European integration, briefly and concisely, we now have specialized training using simulators of those deputy ministers who are responsible for European integration, and of course we are preparing structural departments on start of the negotiating process and adaptation of the legislation. So answering the questions, we are preparing the negotiators, now the national agency, also is responsible for this, and also the issue of English. This is all Ukrainian project, English for Public Service. It's our unique, in my opinion, project that allows 21,000 of public servants, and out of them 2,600 those are people serving in local government who voluntarily now learn English, and accordingly we have viewed the result of 14,500 certificates we have by today on people having learned English and acquired the skill at a certain level. So we're preparing in all directions. Thank you very much for the invitation and attention. It's incredibly interesting. Thank you very much. Applause, please. And the only thing on the partners in the civic society. Could you please elaborate on that? What is your vision of the cooperation? Well, I'm sincerely grateful that the civil society is also interested now. I have not named this today, but it's a critically important issue for us, the issue of employment of veterans of both sexes, and we also work now with a certain number of charity funds because we want to work on adaptation of veterans to public service, and also not only adaptation of those 4,080 public servants that currently have joined the Ukrainian army. We need to readapt them after, and also I'd like to emphasize that it's important for us to cooperate with military alliances and unions, because we also now collect funds, we donate, and I'd also like to emphasize that our focus now is more at our partners have drawn our attention to the to removing the barriers and the questions of inclusion and barrier-free environment. So we are working now with the projects, programs, and also civic associations that work on adaptation and employment of veterans once again, and the issue of removing the barriers, barrier-free. It's our focus, it's our emphasis, and where we direct our effort. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia. And moving on. Yeah, I'm looking at this win of our speakers, and I just remember public administration reform. Igor Kolyushko was one of the inspirators from many years ago. Alexander then worked in the government and implemented this reform. The reform has been going on for many years. There were its highs and lows, and now we're moving on to European integration. Igor, what is your estimation of how prepared the governance is, the administration is, and what needs to be fine-tuned, in your opinion? Maybe in relation to cooperation between the government and the parliament, maybe something else, but then in the format of 3 minutes, 40 seconds, please. I counted that we have 5 minutes each and 15 seconds. We're very flexible, you know. Can you hear me from this microphone? Yes. Okay. Look, I want to say that, as far as I understand, effectiveness of organizing public administration, it is one of the key factors of entering the European Union. If we are not able to create effective governance, public administration, it's better for us not to join the European Union, to be honest, because we will not be comfortable there. We will be bullied there, and we will be told constantly that you are too late on that, you're not doing that, you're doing that wrong, and they give the money back because you have not used it up, and so on and so forth. So I think that everybody understands in life when a person is with the wrong company, when they don't correspond to the standards of this company. At first you can be proud, you know, wow, I've been taken on board. And then it turns out when you're not up to the standard, it's not pleasant for you, but on the contrary. So reforming public administration is the key task before entering the European Union. What I would like to mention here, we also have the priorities prepared, and I would ask them also to be shown on screen, the same as it was done for the previous speakers. Could you please have the priorities up on screen? And once again, I would like to support, on the one hand, a lot of things have already been said, very correct goals and tasks by those who spoke in the previous panel and this panel, panelists as well. But now, in the recent years in Ukraine, in some narrow circles, it's become popular to read the book of Harvard professors building the state's capacity. And in this book, there are many dozens of pages that describe the reasons why in many states the effectiveness, the capacity of governance fails. And one of the main reasons that they name, they have this interesting term. This is isomorphic mimicry. Remember, write it down, isomorphic mimicry. And in simple words, it means that you can adopt the law on public consultations, let's say, but and then exclude the MPs who introduce 90% of draft laws to Verkhovna Rada. So similarly, we've fulfilled it, but nothing actually changed. Or we can create, like in 2018 it happens. In pilot ministry, we can create directorates, but not give them the task to analyze policy, not give them methodology, so not give them to do what they've been created for. So seemingly it's been done, but there is also no result at the same time. And we can go on with this list. So yeah, knowing that I have a limit of time, I would first ask you, talking about the reform of public governance, to understand that we need to make it indeed capable. Not just to tick another thing off our list, but we need it to be indeed capable, that the European Union member countries, ready for the tasks that they have, that they solve, and we want to be equals, we want to be peers among them. And in the priorities that we haven't seen yet, that they don't want to show us, of course, it is about the capacity of ministries to form policies. And in order to do this, we need to finish the process of creating directorates, analytical centers that the government needs to lean on, needs to base on moving to the European Union. Today, the Vice Premier, Olga Stefanishyna, has said beautifully that she is afraid to go somewhere without the civil society. We're quite pleased with that, but it evidences that our government does not have its full capacity if the Vice Premier is afraid to go to some negotiation without the support of civil society. This fear should not be present there. The capacity of the government needs to be full. And then the second task is the so-called center of the government. We have not. Let's leave it aside. Let's not touch it for the time being. Just a final sentence, please. Let me finish the thought. We are confused about what it is, the center of government, but indeed it is a number of functions that need to be performed not in the ministry, but in the center of government. We need to strengthen the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers, and we need to give all the functions to it that it must be performing, and not just dream about creating just another institution that we will call center of government, quote, quote, and so on and so forth. I'm going to stop here, and I hope that Alexandra continues. Thank you very much. Alexander Sayenko, the next panelist, he's coordinating the governance area in the Center for Policy and Legal Reform. Alexandra, please explain your vision, how it should happen, how the center of government should look like, and how it should work on these draft laws and what other tasks and the other tasks that the government has in relation to Euro integration. Let's do this. Top 3 priorities for the center of government, what it needs to be doing in relation to European integration. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, it's so pleasant to be speaking as the civil society, but I try to be responsible because we can talk a lot about this. And finally, we have up the priorities of the legal reform. You know, let's please give us the next slide. But I would try to start with the public administration. Yeah, finally, our priorities are up, and I would probably start from number 3. I think that the priorities have been chosen very well, that the ones that we've suggested to the European Union. I think that cooperating with the civil society, contact, observe, it needs to be a minimum of that because reform is very complicated, and during the war it's even more complicated. I think when we talked about priorities here, the most important thing is to approach the renewal of the competition procedures. We have over 600 of the judges in appeals courts. We select also the heads of the law enforcement bodies. We select the members of the accounting chamber. So I don't know why it is the reason that we can't also select, you know, about 300 public officials. You mean right now and not waiting for the martial law to end? Yeah, of course. We have the competitions for the judiciary bodies, you know, for the law enforcement bodies. So why can't we select category A? You know, we're all in it together, but we need to talk about real reasons. We need to find solutions. 300 people, you know, it can be done in stages. Maybe we should talk about renewing competitions in the safer territories like the western part of the country and so on and so forth. And then what Mrs. Ilyushina mentioned, the reform of the competition procedure itself, the commission of the judiciary corps needs to be reformed. It was a good idea that it needs to transform, it needs to be depoliticized with a good center of evaluating the quality of these procedures. We can take the Ireland model or any other model so that we learn to work with selections. And the other question is remuneration and classifications. It's a very complicated topic because money is always complicated, finding money is complicated, dividing it is even more complicated between each other. There's always the interests of institutions. They've always been present, so we just want to wish the government success here, the agency success with this, because it's extremely complicated. But if we renew good quality competition procedures and if we manage the classifications and remunerations, it will be one of the top wins for the next year. As far as I understand, we're talking about a year now. And I also would like to touch upon the administrative procedures and services, administrative fee. All of us know about the law, our law, that is rather hurtful, but we can feel the local budgets. We can make the payments much more transparent so that people would understand how much they pay for travel passports in Ukraine and in Warsaw. This law has already been drafted. It's in the committees. I don't know why it's been still held there. The administrative procedure, I just wrote, that Viktor Tomashuk wrote that the land relations have been taken out of the law and administrative procedure. So, you know, we're being proud, we're boasting for the Europeans, and then the parliament just takes a step back. It should not be happening. If we declare that this is our goal, our priority, we need to stick to it. This should not be happening. And then the question, decentralization of administrative services. Igor said that the ministry need to not deal with licensing. There needs to be some other bodies. I also support very much making Secretariat of the Ministry stronger and the idea of the center of government. Secretariat has always been weak. Why? Because all the presidents in history, they were not interested to have a strong prime minister, to have a strong secretariat. This is why in our state we have a very horizontal system of governance, and I think that at this stage it's very important to strengthen the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministry in terms of strategic planning, in terms of implementing policy, in terms of working with the parliament, evaluating the implementation, controlling the quality of procedures that are now being developed, forming the policies, and I think that this priority obligatory needs to be on the agenda. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let's thank Alexander. And what was done in Parliament today with the land relations, it is called isomorphic mimicry, basically. I think that this isomorphic mimicry will come to me in my dreams now. I'll be just repeating this phrase, but I'm afraid that there will be other reasons to recall it, but we need to do everything so that this term remains theoretical. It remains only in the textbooks. As far as we just realized after talking with our technical service, we have Gregory Viran. He's the head of the program, of the Sigma program.
Hear you, to have you together with us. Could you hear us and see us? Yeah?
Я вас чую дуже добре.
I can hear you very well.
Так.
Тоді,
Well then, Gregor, our question will be the following.
assessment you did, you published the report on the assessment of public administration in Ukraine, and what are the key results of this assessment, and what are the key recommendations from your side to Ukrainian counterparts, please?
Доброго дня всім.
Good
Дуже
afternoon,
дякую
everyone.
на
I'd like to thank
запрошення.
you very much for
Я
this
слухав все
invitation. I've been
українською
listening to
мовою,
everything in
але буду
Ukrainian,
розмовляти
but I will be
англійською.
talking in English.
Буде мені це
It
легше.
will be a bit easier for me.
You are doing an amazing job, going at the same time going through difficult times after under Russian aggression, and in parallel you have taken on a massive challenge of EU accession, and this is really an admirable effort. I have gone through the process, through the accession process in my own country more than 20 years ago, and I can confirm it is extremely challenging, even in times of peace, let alone in times of war. So what you are doing now is really amazing and admirable. Now, as regards Sigma, many of you know Sigma, maybe not all of you. Sigma is a joint program of the OECD and the EU, and our main mission is to support public administration reforms in the countries, in the accession countries, in the candidate countries of the EU, and for a very long time. Sigma started back in 1992 and has always been focused on public administration reforms. Now, as Ihor has very nicely explained, public administration reform is in a way the mother of all reforms, because it is about reforming the apparatus, the tool that is of fundamental importance for all other reforms, because it is public administration that designs and implements all the reforms. So this reform matters primarily for you, for Ukraine, for your competitiveness, for your recovery. And of course, it also matters for the EU accession, as has been explained earlier today. It's important for each candidate country to build up the administrative capacity which will be able to align the national legislation with the European acquis, but also to implement it. Because the European Union does not have institutions that would implement its legal order. The member states are the ones that implement the legal order of the EU, and mainly through the judiciary and through public administration. And good public administration, of course, is also important once you become a full member of the EU, to meaningfully participate in the decision-making processes, in the policy-making processes. Because once you are in, you are a part of those processes, and you prepare and take decisions together with others. Now, from the EU perspective, public administration reform was defined as one of the political criteria for accession already back in 93 and 95, and this was reinforced in 2014 in the enlargement strategy. It is called one of the fundamentals of the accession process, like democratic institutions and rule of law. And as somebody said today, I think it was Victoria, everything starts with the fundamentals and everything ends with the fundamentals. Now, the interesting thing about public administration reform as a fundamental of the accession process is that there is basically no or not much formal acquis in this area. But there is something called the principles of public administration, which play the role of a kind of soft acquis. And these principles were developed by us, by Sigma, hand in hand with the European Commission. They cover 6 areas of public administration reform, for example, civil service and human resources management, policy making, service delivery, public financial management. And we have 32 principles, and under those 32 principles, we have about 270 sub-principles, and this is a quite sophisticated, I would say, and comprehensive policy framework for any candidate countries. And we as Sigma use this framework and also an assessment framework that was developed alongside with the principles to go to the countries and to assess the state of play of public administration in a given country. And in Ukraine, we have done it twice so far. We have done it in 2018, and we also did it last year in 2023. The report was launched in February this year by the OECD Secretary General, by the Deputy Head of the EU delegation, and of course, primarily by your Prime Minister. That was on the 6th or 7th of February this year. I don't have the time, of course, to enter into details. I would just like to say that our report highlighted amazing resilience of your system of public administration throughout the war you are going through. I mean, I am not sure, I doubt that any one of our public administrations of the member states would be capable of such adaptability in such dire circumstances. We have also highlighted amazing achievements and progress in digital government and in provision, in delivery of administrative services. But on the other side, on the other hand, we have also highlighted very, very big challenges, especially in the area of civil service and human resources management, but also many other challenges. For example, the challenges related to the structure of ministries, where there are significant gaps and the accountability lines are not clear. The challenge of the relation between the Verkhovna Rada and the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, whereby Ukraine is the country, I mean, compared to all EU member states, is the country with the highest share of draft laws which are initiated by the MPs, or in other terms, the lowest share of laws which are initiated by the government. And the share of laws initiated by MPs in Ukraine is 3 times higher than on average in the European Union. Of course, we are not saying that the constitution or the law should limit the MPs in initiating laws. What we are trying to say is that this practice is not really in line with the usual European political culture, when it is the government that pursues a comprehensive and coherent policy agenda. Now, I will stop here. Of course, our report has more than 150 pages, so I would recommend and suggest everyone to read it. Everything is there, all the answers to the question, what is the state of play of Ukrainian public administration, and also plenty of recommendations going forward. And we are, of course, more than happy to continue working with many of you who are today present in this event, and I'm sure that you are capable of doing great things, and we will only be happy to continue assisting in that. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wieland. Thank you so much for your reflections. Really appreciate, and thank you for your polite way of directions where we need to be a little bit changed. Thank you so much. І ми переходимо до...
And now we are moving. Ugi 6, Project Manager of the European Union Project EU for PAR. So you've been working in Ukraine for a long time. You've seen different governments, different stages of the reform. What does your project focus on now? And to prepare public administration for negotiations and the full membership. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for organizing and inviting us. So as negotiations, so I start last, so I need to run fastest. So and if I try to answer your question of what we are doing, it will be a very long answer because we are focusing on the reform of the public administration in the context of European integration. But I will emphasize 3 key points. And what Mr. Igor mentioned before we met. So we are here and foreigners there when we sit down here. And all this conversation about institutional capacity, it's important from the point of view that it's not this way. We work together. We are in the same European boat. And the way how we are capable, it will give the capability to the boat itself. And if I am more serious, so on the previous panels, a lot has been discussed about who is ready and how ready they are. I think institutional capacity will be this the indicator on how ready we are, and we will see when screening starts this year. 3 key points. First, of the volume of the reform of public administration in the context of European integration. First, what I would say horizontal or systematic capacity. And that would be the key aspect for negotiation process. It's all that is systematic in our public administration and not separate for every institution. And it's not only about principles of Sigma, of the principles of good governance, and it's not only about these 150 pages of the report of Sigma, which the report was published this year. This is which challenges we as a state see. So if you talk about our public administration, public service, and what challenges our European partners will see. For example, we see the turnover, which is 25% on average, and if we look at category A, it's even higher. Overall turnover over the past years, that's 100%, and it's a challenge, and we need to respond when we are preparing to join the EU, and we will need to resolve it. Of course, salary competitions will solve some of it, but maybe that's not enough. Okay. So I promise to emphasize only the key aspects of the negotiation process. It will be also part of the roadmap. And it's important to see this roadmap from the point of view of the state, how ready we are going to be for joining the EU. And there are other aspects which are very important. And it's not that much about public administration, but more the subject matter in every other chapter of negotiation process. That's about vertical capacity of each institution separately to implement European legislation, and then after that to create European legislation later on. That's what Igor has mentioned. And that's what our European colleagues, they will see in the process of negotiation, not only legislation base, but they will see three aspects: legislative base, then institutional capacity, and third, track record, or the experience of implementation of this legislation. And that's okay, that's again this isomorphic mimicry. We are going back there. And the last, but not least, I'm also reflecting about my state, how we were joining, and after that, in the process of joining, it's important not only to fulfill some requirement or follow some principle. Institutional capacity is going to be a very important factor when we talk about on what conditions the country joins, and then how the country can protect the interests of their business, their regions, their farmers. And here, three priorities, and that would, so which are important. So the policy development, we can talk a lot about this, but it also has two challenges. First challenge, that about 80% of draft laws, how they adopted, and basically, so about that. So what was mentioned, that the government prepares draft laws and adopted by parliament. That's how it's done in EU. It's different in Ukraine, and we will need to look into that. So also the challenge of reform of the ministries, and here I think that I would let Mr. Igor to talk about this. Also about public consultations. And here I'm not only talking about some as it's like a formality, like publishing something on the website, but real communication with businesses and those who are going to be engaged into the implementation of European legislation. And the last, maybe a bit provocative talking point. Each of us can dream and to think how many years we need to join the EU. Some people will say 20, so it's 7 years, so 2030. Also, we can see some period when reforms of public administration started. It was 2016. More than 7 years. And we can compare what we've done over the past 8 years and what we still need to do in the next 7 years. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank your project for everything you've done and will do all this time, and because I've been following all these processes, this is truly invaluable. We are done with this section, effective public administration. So let's thank all our panelists. Olena Shuliak, who is somewhere on the road, but let's thank her as well. Natalia Alyushina, Igor Koliushko, Alexander Sayenko, Gregor Virant, and Ugis Six. So more applause. Thank you very much. Sorry that we are a bit behind with time, but that's our realities. And we will move to the most So we'll talk about the most interesting topic, money and economy. Robust economy, right? That's what we are going to discuss. And we will have many colleagues who join online. And we will have a colleague who is in person. So we have Metro Olivch, you are here with us. Also, we have participants online. Let's check. Is Taras Kachka with us? I don't see. And do we see Metrona Talucha? I know that Veronika Movchan is with us. Taras Kachka? No, we don't have him yet. And Metrona Talucha? Alexei Movchan?
Я тут.
Dear colleagues, so online, Alexei Movchan, MP, so Deputy Chairman, Chair of Committee of Economic Development, Mr. Alexei, can you see and hear us? So we would like to hear you. Yes, I can see and hear you. Okay. We hope we will see you in a second.
Це вже на вашій стороні.
That's on your side. I can see you well. Our technical team. Okay. So what is the situation with the video on the screen? Yes, we can see Mr. Alexei, and we can start, because now we can see you and hear you well. So we've been talking all this time about cooperation of civil society with parliament and government so that we can all work together to be effective and fast on our way to European integration. And when we talk about economy, on the one hand, everything is really complicated. I understand that some economic issues can be a part on this transition period because after we join the EU, certain integration will be given time to integrate certain issues. So how do you see it? Like, what should civil society do and how should business be engaged into these negotiations, especially as Vice Prime Minister already announced that civil society and businesses will be engaged into working groups. How do you see this process from the point of view of Parliament, of engaging business and civil society? And what priorities do you see in the process of preparing for negotiations? Thank you very much for this question. We have very pragmatic vision of how should European integration be organized. First of all, without reforms, we cannot defeat our enemy. We cannot join the EU or NATO or OECD because objectively we have many issues with legislation in society, and we need to understand that there is no magic wand that can be use, and then overnight we can become a successful country and everything's gonna be fantastic. It is complicated process.
Будівництво сильних інституцій.
Building of strong
І якщо ми
institutions,
говоримо
and
про
if we're talking about
економічний блок,
the
це, мабуть,
economic
найважче.
block, I
Ну,
think
або
this is
одне
probably
із
one of the
найважчих
most difficult tasks,
напрямків. Тому що дуже багато є
because
питань, які
there are many
не
issues
розвивалися протягом
that have
30
not
років, не
been
змінювалися.
developed and
30 років
changing in
незалежності
the 30
України. Ну, і
years of
відповідно,
independence of Ukraine, and
ми
accordingly,
знаходимося на
we
низькому
are currently
рівні
at the
розвитку.
low level of development.
Ну і, власне, тут парламент робить
And here the
все
parliament does
можливе для
everything
того, щоб
possible
наздогнати. Да? І
to
тут, я
catch
думаю, мої колеги,
And I
хто
think that
виступав
my
на
colleagues
форумі,
and who
точно
spoke
говорили
during
про
this
успіхи
forum, they
Верховної
have
Ради
definitely
в
mentioned the
контексті
successes of Verkhovna Rada in
кількості
terms of
виконаних
the
зобов'язань.
number of the
Звичайно,
obligations
хотілося
that
б
it
більше.
has fulfilled.
Хотілося
Of
б
course, we'd
швидше, але
like
я
to have
можу
more, we
сказати,
would like it to be
що дуже
faster,
багато
but I'd like to
роботи
say
проводиться
that
кожним
a lot of
абсолютно
work is being
комітетом,
done by
підкомітетом,
every
тобто ти
committee, every
іноді
subcommittee, so
не
sometimes
встигаєш просто
you just can't catch up
і через велику кількість проєктів
because of
бути
the big number of
одночасно
projects
на
to
великій
attend
кількості нарад,
simultaneously,
да,
the big
які
number of
стосуються
meetings
нашої
that
європейської інтеграції. І всі ці
regard
наради
our
важливі,
European
бо це
integration, and
частина
all of these meetings are
там
important
або якогось
because it
макрофінансу,
is a
або якихось зобов'язань,
part of the
європейського банку і так
macrofinancing
далі.
or some kind of
От,
obligations and so on
а
and so forth
бути
to the
треба
European
усюди.
Bank, and you need to be present everywhere,
Тому,
basically.
так, ми маємо
So
чек-ліст,
yeah, we have the checklist
який регулярно нам підкидає
that
уряд
the government
за
regularly
результатами
provides
перемовин
us
зі
according to
своїми
the
і з нашими
results
партнерами.
of the
І
negotiations
по цьому чек-лісту ми
with our
йдемо.
partners,
Сказати,
and we
що
follow the
він,
checklist. To say that this
що
checklist
він,
is, you know,
як це,
how should I put
дуже
it,
складний, я не
very
можу.
complicated. Well, I can't
Бо
say that
будь-яка реформа це
because
робота.
any reform is work.
Ми маємо, я особисто вважаю, ми
I
маємо робити
personally
більше.
think that we need
Як
to do more
суспільство, це
as a
і стосується і
society.
урядових організацій, і
I'm
неурядових
saying
і
now
парламент,
for the government
як
organizations and the
представницького
non-government
органу.
organizations and the parliament as the
Маємо
representative body.
ставити
So we need
складніші цілі,
to
тому що от представник
set more
Сігми,
complicated
да,
goals for ourselves
виступав,
because the representative of Sigma who
і
just spoke,
він, це як проект
sort of
разом із
it's a
OECD.
project that's
Так
done
от,
together with
OECD це
OECD,
про
and
стандарти,
OECD is about
в
standards
тому числі в економіці
including,
і в інших галузях, про
in
найкращі
economics
стандарти
and other spheres, the best
в
standards
державному управлінні і регулюванні різних
of
галузей.
governance and regulating
Деякі
various
країни
spheres. In
стають
some of the
членами,
countries,
ну, як
they
є
become
країна,
members.
Литва, наприклад, вона
For
стала
instance,
членом
Lithuania,
OECD
it
за
became
3
a
роки
member of
після
OECD
отримання
3 years after it
кандидатського
received
статусу. Ну, це
candidacy
просто
status.
неймовірна швидкість.
It's
А
incredible
деякі
speed,
країни
but some
йдуть туди
countries,
20 років і не стають.
for them it takes 20
От, у нас
years
немає 20 років.
to
Ми
join
маємо
OECD. We don't have
бігти
those
дуже
20
швидко.
years. We need to run very fast.
Да, тому
This is
ми,
why,
знаєте, тут
you know,
на завершення я скажу, щоб не
I'll
затягувати.
just
Наші реформи,
briefly
в тому числі економічні,
conclude our reforms,
вони
including
про
economic reform.
якісну побудову
They are
коаліції.
about
От ти збираєш
building a good quality coalition. So you're putting
групу
together
стейкхолдерів,
a big group
з
of
ними
stakeholders,
відпрацьовуєш
and
якийсь
with them
проект,
you work on a
і тоді воно
project,
швидко і
and
якісно
then
заходить і через
it
2 читання в парламенті,
quickly
і це підтримується нашими партнерами,
flows
і
through
є
the two
частиною,
readings in the
як
parliament and is
виконана
supported by our
частина, да,
partners and becomes the
якихось
part of the
наших
obligations
зобов'язань.
that we have
От в
fulfilled.
такому форматі
So in this format,
ми консультуємося із
we
громадськістю,
provide,
із
we take consultations of the civil society
експертами,
and
да,
the expert
тобто
community
будуючи відповідні
by
коаліції.
building
Я не можу
coalitions.
сказати, що ми
I can say
відкриваємо
that we
абсолютно всі питання, над якими
cover
працюємо на широкий загал.
all the
Ну, наприклад, там зараз я працюю над
issues
реформою
that we work
в
on
банкрутстві розбираються,
for the public. I now
нормально,
am
да,
working on the reform of
експертно на всю
bankruptcy.
країну, ну, може, 1000
There
людей.
may be
Із
1,000
них
people
так,
who are
щоб
experts in
законопроекти
bankruptcy in the
писати
country,
і
and
рекомендувати щось
out of
в
that
policy-making.
1,000
Не
to
знаю,
be a
там,
policymaker, I don't know,
Ну,
maybe
ці
there are
50
50 of
вони у
them.
нас десь є
So
на
all
робочій
50 of them, they are present
от.
somewhere in the working group on
Тому
this
я думаю, що
reform.
ми достатньо
So I
залучаємо
think that we involve enough
широкий загал для відпрацювання тих чи інших
public
питань.
when we work on certain
Дякую.
issues in certain areas. Alexei, thank you very much for taking part in our forum. And further on, I'd like to, and then we're supposed to have Taras Kachka also online. If there is connection, I would ask to have him on screen. Taras, welcome. Hello.
Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you can see and hear me as well. Yes, everything is great. Thank you very much for joining the Deputy Minister for Economy of Ukraine and the Trade Representative of Ukraine. I think that everybody knows Taras is one of the negotiators and the authors of association agreement, especially on economic and business issues. Thank you for joining us for this opportunity to talk to you today. Taras, I have a question to you that's a bit philosophical, but maybe also pragmatic. According to the Copenhagen criteria, we have to have a capable, competitive economy. So how do we, as a country that is at war, and the economy of, let's be honest, it depends on foreign support and foreign aid. So how do we fulfill this criteria? What do we do about it under these conditions that we have? Because we're accessing the EU in a very difficult period. And possibly this decision will be a more political one. So what do we do about this economic criteria? Thank you for the question. This issue is not a philosophical at all. This question is very pragmatic, but it's not instrumental. Alexei has talked a lot about standards, about legislative work, and indeed here the program for economic reforms, or let's say regulatory reforms, it is quite simple, because negotiations with the European Union, it's not a negotiation of two equals, it is rather, let's say, it's more of a reporting kind of dynamics. So evidently, it is a negotiation of constant checks, clarity, fulfilling the requirements, regulatory requirements. And the regulatory requirements of the EU, they're not ideal in themselves. They're evidently better. But it's the most ideal bureaucracy. But as you may have observed, even in the case with the farmers and climate policy, that even such flagman initiative as climate policy of the EU is heavily corrected, and there's a lot of political debate inside the EU itself whether the regulation is right or wrong. Then, when you talk about regulating the digital sphere, the EU actually regulates digital services, and now there's a big debate on, again, whether it's right or wrong. So, but the negotiations on accession is a lack of alternative, one-sided negotiation, basically. The other thing is Copenhagen criteria, because Copenhagen criteria on economy, we are talking that the scientists call economic convergency. It's a lot of work that has not yet been implemented in the EU itself, but the meaning is that such engine for economy is created that will turn EU to a single market, a truly single market. And here we need to take into account that the European Union, for us, is a key market. And as of right now, 60% of our export is done to the EU. Even if after it is re-exported to the third countries, it's still us exporting to the EU. Half of the imports also come from the European Union. And this means that even at the basic level of trade, this convergence with the EU, we basically reach it. And here our experience of the association agreement is very helpful, because for us, it's not a new universe, the EU, but it's our practical trade partner. And I think that this very fact that we already have the association agreement that works, and we just keep bettering it, we don't forget about it in the context of negotiations about accession, this allows to achieve this criteria of economic convergence rather quickly. But at the same time, we should not tie ourselves to this fact. I mean, in terms of timeline of accession to the EU, as you have rightfully said, there's a lot of politics here. The negotiation can go quickly, can take a long time, but we need to continue building our economic policy in the context of integration with the European economic engine. And then for us, maybe
will be not about achieving some clear criteria, but the dynamics itself, how quickly we integrate to the European Union. And here, such examples, for instance, as integration to the energy markets, right? So we are not the members of the European Union legally, yet we're quite far from the market coupling with the European Union. But at the same time, as of today, integration of the electricity systems is a reality, and we have emergency supplies of energy, we have commercial import-export that is also commercial, and this means that our energy system develops together with the European Union. This is just one of many, many examples where this economic convergence is already taking place. So here, in this part, negotiation, it will be, you know, more of a macroeconomic nature, this dialogue between the Ministry of Economy and the Ministries of Economy of the member states, the monetary institutions, so the National Bank of Ukraine and the corresponding regulators, the European Central Bank and the regulators of the EU. So here it's just constant work on getting used to Ukraine as a part of the European economic engine. And here, basically, we need a lot of expert opinion of independent experts. And here we already have this circle of economists and NGOs with good image, well-known and reliable, who will be adding on or who will critically, in the positive sense, evaluate the state of economic convergence. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Ukraine will find its way to achieve certain criteria. I think that, based on what Taras said, we will not just performance will be evaluated, but dynamics, as in some schools, they evaluate not what the student knows, but the effort to achieve this knowledge and to know more. So this way, I think we'll be able to achieve this. Thank you very much. Also for, as far as we see, you're in kind of a field conditions now, but thank you for being able to join our forum. We value that very much. And moving on, just next to me is Dmitro Livch. He's the executive director for Easy Business. I think that based on the title, you already understand that this organization and program deals with making business easy. And while I'm asking questions, I would like the colleagues from the technical support to have the presentation on screen. There are many questions, but using the fact that we were sitting next to each other, we agreed to discuss just one question. How will your integration influence the economy of Ukraine and the business of Ukraine? Yeah, good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I'd like to thank online participants and participants present here who are interested in this important topic of Euro integration. So combining these two components, the capable economy and European integration, is something that will allow to achieve a certain synergy. So we'll be able to integrate to the European Union if we have capable economy, and at the same time we'll be able to strengthen our economy if we access the EU. So these things, they can go parallel or consecutive. But before talking about capable economy, unfortunately our slides are not changing for some reason. It is worth paying attention to the fact what kind of economy we have now when we start 2024. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that after the beginning of the full-scale war invasion in 2022, our GDP decreased 29%. Is it a lot or not? If you talk about economic growth, it is a lot, it's a big decline. If you talk about the expectations of the international financial organizations or well-known analytical centers, it evidences that the Ukrainian economy was rather stable even during this large-scale economic crisis that Ukraine experienced in 2022. The economic situation was different by sectors of economy, by regions, and the fact is what happened, there was a structural transformation of the economy.
The public administration, defense, and social insurance grew 35%. Other sectors, they've suffered a lot more. The sectors of primary economy, so agrarian sector and mining has suffered the most because they were close to the frontline regions, and these sectors such as metallurgy, they have suffered also a lot of loss. But this is only the beginning of this comprehensive picture to analyze the economy and talk about whether it's going to be competitive or not, whether it will be capable or not. We need to understand how GDP is formed for Ukraine. So our economy traditionally was consumption-driven or government spending-driven. So traditionally there was a high level of consumption, and at the same time not enough direct foreign investment. At the same time, the trade balance that is close to zero or negative. A rather large regional imbalances, and all of these tendencies only became worse because of the negative impact of the full-scale war. And all of this basically forms certain expectations in regards to how we are going to ensure reconstruction and development. But Ukraine is the part of the global economic system, and there are certain positive movements there. What's positive, we become more of a subject in this, and we start integrating into the global economic system that also is under certain influence. For instance, the liberalization of international trade in the 20th century and ending with the full-scale war that has impacted the added value chains all over the world and has created a certain demand for the change of the system and created certain possibilities for the Ukrainian economy. And if we talk about European integration, we are talking about the advantages for Ukraine when accessing the EU, but few people mention the advantages for the EU that accession of Ukraine will bring. And the main advantage is the possibility to implement the strategic autonomy of EU in the context of three things: stability through security, the collective know-how, and also the strengthening of the economy of the EU. And we started moving in the direction, started from 2014, 2015, when Ukraine has finally selected this Euro-integration, Euro-Atlantic dimension. We signed the free trade agreement. We started more actively working on economic integration to the EU. We received the candidate status, and this year we expect the beginning of negotiation to access the EU. And this integration, it's moving in the right direction. What European integration provides to such countries as Ukraine and to other countries that are now starting the process of European integration. We can analyze it as the example of the countries of the Central and Eastern Europe. If you talk about the countries that accessed in 2004, 7, and 13, their trade with the EU has on average grown from 15 to 30% annually, and their trade with the third countries also increased. This means that being part of the EU as this economic organization allows the countries to grow their trade, and it is reflected primarily through participation in the single market. Single market is revealed through four factors. It's the single trade policy and tariffs. This is the free of entrepreneurship and providing services, no restrictions for capital movement, and no restrictions for movement of people. I'll talk about the three of them: trade, investment, and human capital, because they are the most important for the success of Ukraine and also for the success of Ukraine in the context of building capable economy. So our economy has already started its transformation 10 years ago, indeed, after we signed the CFTA, and our trade started changing. We started trading more with the countries of the European Union. We started changing our product basket, export product basket. But the situation, it can be described with one simple graph that illustrates how the dynamics of trade changed between EU and Ukraine with the other countries of the world and with the countries of the CIS countries. We lost our share in the CIS market, which is very good because we don't need to trade with non-democratic regimes. But at the same time, we were able to grow a share only for some specific product categories. And a good example here is how Ukrainian economy started integrating into the added value chains of the EU. I will show you the one example: carpets manufacturing. Those are businesses that were created mostly in Central or Western Ukraine. They now create 60,000 workplaces in Ukraine. thanks to direct foreign investment, thanks to the smart approach to integration of Ukraine to the added value chains of the EU. And we need to have more examples like that in order to build capable economy, but it's impossible without involvement investment. And here there is another fact that is not particularly good for Ukraine. In 30 years, we have accumulated $15 billion in gross capital formation, but gross capital formation is the total sum of the investment that stayed in Ukraine. To compare, in Hungary, that's about 350 billion. In Poland, it's about 250 billion. And that investment mostly came to the third sector of economy. It's additional capitalization for banks, investment to services, but it did not come to such industries as manufacturing compared to the third sector of the economy.
And the whole narrative of development can be built on the example of international experience of recovery from direct support and trade preferences that Ukraine received from the EU. We definitely need to join the structural fund of the EU, Ukraine facility, Ukraine plan that's already there, like the equivalent of pre-accession plan, and then the Russian assets, that's something that we can rely on, but also we need to move more and more to private sector development through direct foreign investments. But we cannot do that without continuing structural and economic reforms. Okay, so the presentation doesn't want to show us that. So we need to invest into logistics, we need to invest in the better access of Ukrainian goods to international markets. We need to continue doing economic reform, which would align Ukrainian legislation with European, and we need to have investment guarantees for potential investors who want to work with Ukrainian economy. But it won't be possible without human resource, as human capital, that's the biggest driver for economic growth. According to our recent calculations, we might have shortage of 4.5 million of workforce if you want to grow 7% annually. Why 7%? That's a percentage which allows to double Ukrainian economy in the next 10 years. And that's about the sustainability of the economy. And how we can do that? It's either we can focus on quantity when we increase and bring back the number of Ukrainians, then quality when we invest in efficacy, and it can be balanced approach. And this balanced approach cannot be done without three key points. How to develop the talents that we have inside Ukraine. We need to keep investing into developing talents, better economic integration of socially vulnerable groups, to invest in education for students, in researchers and scientists, how to bring back talents from abroad. It's very important to bring back forced migrants. That is something that will allow us accelerate the development and recovery, and also it will guarantee collective know-how, which was important for many countries in post-war time, and how to engage a different level of talents into working in Ukraine. So how can we build a robust economy? So neutralize barriers for free trade. We need to keep investing in better integration of Ukrainian entrepreneurs into this European added value. We can see some potential trade tension with EU countries, so we need to neutralize the myths which exist now that Ukrainian agriculture producers will go to European markets. It's not true, because we don't compete with EU countries in these particular trade categories which we are now discussing. Then challenges of investment. We need to have investment guarantees to bring direct investments. because based on the evaluation of the World Bank, about 35% of effort into development and recovery should come from private sector. So it will not be just direct assistance, grant, and government assistance. So it should be based on private sector. And here we need also to think about short-term recovery, but also build back better, and we need to find a good balance there. And then human capital, which in my opinion will be the base for Ukrainian recovery and development of Ukrainian economy, because if we don't invest in effectiveness and efficiency, we will not achieve what we want to see. And here I mean recovery in economic potential, and also to have this robust economy which can be competitive on the EU market. And here we need to start now how we are going to protect national interests during negotiations, how we are going to build our international economic strategy around trade, investment, and liberalization of capital market, goods and services. There are many, many different aspects that we need to consider in the context of further integration. Thank you. Definitely a round of applause. I have to say that for the first time in my life, I received extremely exhaustive answer with graphs, pictures, and trends. Thank you very much. 4.5 million shortage of workforce. Yes, that's definitely what we noticed, but I'm sure we can find the right approach. But if we increase efficiency, I think that we have a low efficiency. No, our economy is pretty competitive. So probably we can increase the shortage by efficiency. Yes, so average numbers are quite low, but if we look at specific areas, then it is we have some good and successful industries. So we just need to use the potential right. And I would like to remind you once again, you can use your QR code on your registration page. You can find all the materials, including this presentation. I believe it was very interesting. And let's move forward. We are going to talk to Veronika Mavchan, Director of Scientific Work, Head of the Institute for Economic Research and Policy Consulting. We can see you. We can start working. Welcome. It was a really very comprehensive presentation about the challenges of Ukrainian economy and the challenges towards European integration. Can we, as a country, as we are looking for the best way for European integration, can we use the experience of other countries? First, it comes to mind probably Croatia, because Croatia won in the war and after that joined the EU. Probably we have something in common. But maybe you, as a scientist and a researcher, maybe you can see some other role models on maybe, for example, the countries after the Warsaw Agreement or after being members of Soviet Union, they could overcome these challenges and join the EU. And we can see that their export at least is going like really well. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting and important question. We need to be a bit careful with experience of others. We need to learn, but we cannot just copy the recipe which would be completely suitable for us. What I would like to say, if we say about post-Soviet countries, what they did, they implemented reforms. That's what we've been talking about throughout the whole forum. that we have fundamental changes that need to happen in the country so that it can become prosperous. And this is the rule of about rule of law, about protecting private property, because this is the key aspect if we talk about market economy. Market economy is not possible if we don't have the protected right of private property. When business and people are fully protected, they know that if something happens, then their rights can be protected in court. If we talk about entrepreneurs, so that's the issue of the pride of the nation. When entrepreneurs, this is the asset that is a key for future economic development. I feel that I switched places with Dmitro because I was planning as well to talk about the issues of robust economy, human capital, but I totally agree with everything that Dmitro has presented, and he presented all the issues wonderfully, so I will not repeat that. And if we go back to experience and what we need to do, we need to finish this reforming, and we need to focus on fundamentals. Economic legislation is changing all the time. It's partly harmonized with European, it will be harmonized further, and we are not different from other countries. Some were faster, some were slower, but the key is private property. That's where Ukraine, to the great extent, is different from the countries of the Warsaw Agreement, but maybe similar to the Soviet Union, and maybe because all the rules of Soviet Union were imposed a lot more intense in Ukraine than in other countries, because Ukraine for 70 years not just didn't have any normal private property. Entrepreneurs were punished. We all know about розкулачування. And maybe I don't know history well enough of other post-Soviet countries for this process to happen in Belarus or in Georgia or in other countries of Soviet Union. Ukraine suffered a lot. So to restrain rebellions, private property was destroyed. And we still have social issues with private property. When this changes, when the attitude changes, then it will become much better and easier. And going back to what we were discussing before, the role of so the whole event is the cooperation of parliament, government and civil society, and it's not really about other countries' experience, but the experience of Ukraine, where civil society is very active. And I understand why Igor Kolushko is saying that the state has to be capable to do everything on its own without relying too much on civil society. On the other hand, democratic countries play a key role in the country, and in a situation when we have challenges, including challenges of human capital, the public administration, when we have shortage of workforce, and which means shortage of capacity, civil society, this is the base that can accelerate all processes. And we can already observe that in the context of European integration. But when you talk about capable economy, it's important not only to engage analytical centers and civil society. We need to engage business association and different business unions because they have knowledge on how we can do where we can, how to do it right, the threats and opportunities on the way to the EU. And business associations in Ukraine and in the EU, they need to be very active in the process of preparation to the accession. The EU accepts that on the level of legislation. So this is the lobbying business interest in legislation. In Ukraine, it should be the same. And we need to understand that certain legal framework, they will change, but businesses need to understand how they will influence them, to explain, maybe to find some compromise, to ask for a longer transition period. So there is a whole comprehensive package of tasks for civil society which will allow us to move forward. And that's what we can learn from other countries. And we don't talk about negotiations, we talk about the model of behavior of business and protecting the interests of business, including in the EU. Yes, so that's all from me. Thank you very much. Maybe I wanted to quote Mr. Koliushko. It's not that they shouldn't or they cannot do something without civil society, but the government should not be scared to negotiate without civil society. I don't think that he's against of the active role of civil society. But the government in any circumstances should be confident. And it's more about the capacity of the public service in particular. Dear colleagues, we see your mood. But in any case, we promised to give you a chance to ask questions. Some of you already used this chance. Maybe you have a question for this important topic about money, Copenhagen criteria and competitiveness. I knew you could do that. Good afternoon, Dmitro Kupera. I represent civil society organization LIFE. We work with health. It looks like it is pretty far from economy, but in Europe everybody knows the economic indicators of health and economy, so as into investment into health, but also creating economic factors which will allow people not to spend money on harmful goods. And I would like to ask our speakers whether you know and maybe we can unite around this issue. There is a policy on including the taxes on the tobacco products. So the question is, how do you support the achievement of the middle level of the taxation for tobacco products, and do you think that it will allow our country to improve life of people, because young people will smoke less, and also income into our budget, because we talk about tens of billions of hryvnias. So what can you say about that? It is very correct question. Unfortunately, I don't have detailed analysis, so I don't like evidence-based policy making, So we need to have detailed analysis as Ukraine is moving in the process of negotiation, and we will harmonize Ukrainian legislation. And if European norms are different from the norms that we have here in Ukraine, then we need to analyze in detail why it is different. We need to look into how the rules of the games need to change, and to also to evaluate the economic factors. And if you talk about this policy intervention to improve quality of life of Ukrainians, I totally agree with you. About economic calculations, I haven't done these calculations myself, so I cannot answer this question clearly. Ms. Veronika, do you know, would you like to add anything about this? No. Not, excise is not really your issue. Thank you.
Є.
Well, then, if we have one more question, could you please pass the microphone that way? The Embassy of Germany, this question was earlier asked in the other forums. We're curious, what could Ukraine offer to the European market, and what do we need to prioritize in this regard? So if we take a look at the current composition, let's say, of different economic spheres, agriculture in Europe, I think, causes a lot of conflict and competitive risks. We see it looking in Polish, Slovakian, Romanian farmers. So what should Ukraine offer to the European Union economically? Well, in fact, next week, our organization will have the event that's called Integrated Ukraine into the added value chains of the EU, and we will discuss the results of the study where the sectors of economy are analyzed that are most compatible with the European markets. And as a rule, it's also the question of how we identify these issues. Well, first, it's worth looking at the fact that a rather large share of imported goods European Union receives from non-democratic regimes. So accordingly, there is a possibility in Ukraine to replace some products in this market. It could be food processing, it could be things that that are subject to nearshoring. It was a rather popular practice in 2000s, 2010s, before COVID pandemic started, when the companies were placed in China or in Southeast Asia. And after COVID, the companies started going closer to the end consumer. So Ukraine should be looking for niches where we can involve foreign investment to the spheres that that can do nearshoring. And then the other thing, we need to look at the industries where we have relative competitive advantage, higher than in the countries, the neighboring countries, or in the countries that are the main suppliers of the products to the European market. Just from the top of my mind, it's manufacturing, that's wood processing, food processing. We're not quite compatible in competitive in agrarian markets if you talk about the EU, because it is mostly commodity traded goods. It's either grain or oil cultures. They are as a rule exported to the other countries, not the European Union. The European Union, it's most often re-export. So we should talk about some more niche opportunities that may be in the market. And we should also discuss the products with higher added value, higher economic complexity. And this is basically the biggest challenge for Ukrainian economy, to find the niches where we can grow this economic complexity, where we can grow more added value inside Ukrainian economy. You know, the only thing, yes, Veronika, please do add. Yeah, I also wanted to add here that I do agree in large with Dmytro, although I would not exclude the agrarian markets of the EU. Of course, the main consumers will be the countries outside the EU, but for instance, Ukrainian corn, before the war, It was very needed in the EU, in that very Spain, because it is the basis for feeding their animals, for their animal husbandry. But I think it's not something that we want to emphasize. We don't want to lose it, but we want to also move forward. And I agree with Dmytro that we need to think about nearshoring and friendshoring and what Ukraine can offer there. It's also a very difficult spectrum from commodities to technology. And if you think about commodities, then Ukraine doesn't have enough development of critical materials for the European Union. We do not mine them, but we have them, and to a great extent we have them in the territories that are fully controlled by Ukraine, and they are comparatively safe for Europe. And of course, to say that this process will be easy, we can say it because mining is a threat to the environment, and it's not the added value that Ukraine wants. On the other hand, if we talk about mining together with processing, together with forming manufacture cycles with the European capital and technologies, but in Ukraine it will be much more interesting. Based on what Ukraine can offer, technological things right now, except of course IT, unfortunately, the increased development of drones, of course, that can be used not only for war needs, but a lot of equipment also that at least will have at least double purpose. Not even mentioning the security situation in the world, and demand for arms will also exist. Ukraine has its own demands, but the government promotes creating joint ventures now, and it's also very important. Another sphere that's related to war is healthcare. Ukraine is developing its own certain drugs and also certain technologies, including prosthetics are developing, and a lot of treatments are developing that will be possible to export to the countries all over the world. They're extremely important for Ukraine, first of all, but this is the development that should be taking place. And in general, if you take a look at the structure, the current structure of Ukrainian export to the European Union, well, first of all, over 80% those are intermediate consumption goods. It's raw materials, and the goods have been processed to an extent, but they're interim consumption anyway. So Ukraine, first of all, orients to the market, the industry market of the EU. It is a participant of added value chains of the EU, but it rarely is at the end of this chain. And nonetheless, this is taking place. And then Ukraine also, in fact, if we exclude some big commodities like corn, Ukraine has a very wide range of exported product to the EU. It can be yachts, it can be engines, some kind of turbines, you know. So it's rather, the categories are rather big. Unfortunately, they are niche. So one of the focuses that we should have is increasing production, finding maybe a smaller number of niches, but those where we can have a considerable role. Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronika. I would like to remind that you have been hearing and looking at Veronika Movchan. She's the head for academic work of the Center for Economic Studies of the Institute of Economic Studies and Political Consultations. A small comment: when we were preparing this forum, we had this feeling that the economics panel will be, you know, a little bit pessimistic, maybe a lot of anxiety, but turns out it's very optimistic. It's incredibly optimistic, so thank you very much. We had with us online Oleksiy Movchan, Dmytro Livch, Taras Kachka as well. Dear friends, we are going to move towards the end. I think Natalia and I will stand up so that we could finish, we would like to ask the colleagues who were the co-initiators, co-organizers of this forum to go up front. This is, of course, Ihor Kaliushka, the head of board of the Center for Legal and Political Reform. This is Olha Limar and also Stanislav Lechinsky. Ihor, I would like to pass the microphone over to you. So the conclusion of this forum, it hasn't been easy for us to work, but at the same time, I think that we managed to capture everything. And the most important thing that we finished optimistically, maybe it's just Andrei and me as moderators feeling optimistic and you have different conclusions. So please share them with us. Well, my impression is that the forum has been successful, taking into account that this was a launch event for a new 2-year project. And as part of this project, we have a lot of ambition to do a lot of things and achieve many things. So we have agreed that this forum launches this cooperation and to have this starting launching platform. I think that this forum has been quite successful as this. So first of all, I'd like to thank those who organized all this. I cannot name everyone because many details were outside my attention. I know that from the side of the center, Victoria Melnik has made the main contribution. She is responsible for your integration at the center, including the preparation of this forum. And of course, today, I really like the work of the moderators. Everybody knows me at the center. I am against inviting professional moderators. We are amateur, but today your work was pristine. It was a very good example of how things can be moderated. You asked very narrow and very right questions. It's not often that the external moderators can do that. This is why I'm often critical about them. But you're not quite an external moderator. You are also our colleagues from the civil society. This is why I think you've been so successful with it. And of course, I'd like to thank all the technical support people and the interpreters as well. And of course, when something is being organized and paid for by the Center for Policy and Legal Reform, the key role is always played by Dmytro Ukrainsky. I don't see him here today, but he exists somewhere, and everything that he has been doing worked. And to finish, I would also like to thank our colleagues, our partners, with whom we will continue to work on this 2-year project. And talking about the future plans, I can say this. I think that, first of all, we would need make conclusions from this forum and to agree on those directions that we will develop going forward. And in this presentations today, we have offered our vision, where we see the priorities. And now we would need, in the regular working manner, we need to think what we can do for these priorities, what further events, so that it's not only communication, but evidently also some research, some resultative work, the way that we're used to in the reanimation package of reforms coalition and at the center. We are used to preparing reforms, complete reforms. If we are successful, I think it will be our joint achievement. So I invite you, dear partners and colleagues, to join us on this road. Thank you. Ihor, Stanislav, from the side of DRI, how could you evaluate this forum? What we can take away from here? I don't think that everybody stays here, as Ihor says, to agree on what we're going to do further. I don't think it will happen just today, but what are your main takeaways? Thank you, Andriy. If I only had 3 words, I would say we have a lot of work ahead. Well, that's 3 words in Ukrainian. That's the key conclusion. And here I would like to thank our partners for great organization of this forum that we have here, and that is the first step of implementation of our project, joint project, and also the discussions that we had today made me think just one thing that I'd like to share with you. For the democracy to work, it is extremely important to have regulatory legislative reforms. This is something that we are going to be working in, promoting this in the nearest 2 years, but also the proper functioning of democratic institutions, so that these reforms, declared reforms, implemented through legislation, would be implemented in practice despite all the challenges of the wartime. That's what our project is about, and on this road we hope very much that we will find support, cooperation, and of course great cooperation with our partners, Center for Political and Legal Reform and Reanimation Package of Reforms. I'd like to thank everybody one more time. Thank you. Thank you, Stanislav. Olga Limar, Executive Director of Reanimation Package of Reforms Coalition. Olga would also like to say, as the moderator, it's the high level of representation, because in my opinion it's extremely important to the great, smart civil society to be heard in Verkhovna Rada and in the government by people who are really decision makers, and you have managed to do this. I know from my journalist experience that you can invite a top public official if they know you, A, and respect you, B. If there isn't either of that, they will not come to your interview. And I think this happened to this forum. If we saw the Vice Prime Minister, if we saw the MPs, the heads of committees, some of them online, some of them face-to-face, this only means that the organizers, including the reanimation package of reforms, and the CPLR is known and respected. Well, yes, it's true. We are going to boast a little bit with the coalition and our partners. I will not mention all the partners because there was a lot of work being done by many people. We'll maybe write stories later about how the participants were invited and how this forum was organized. I'd like to thank the team once again. And I think the main conclusion is the importance of cooperation of all stakeholders, the civil society, the government and the parliament. We don't have any other choice. We have a full-scale war, but at the same time, we will not win it if we don't move to the European Union. And this year, we have seen the 10 years of reforms, 10 years of the coalition with the civil society. It has grown up. It is already, to deeper expert work, and the challenges become much more serious, and our responsibility is much bigger. So we need to find public platforms where this cooperation will turn into specific decisions and steps that we're all responsible for. Thank you, Olga. So give a big hand to yourself, to everybody. Let us thank those who've been ensuring our mutual understanding, our technical support, our interpreters, your separate thanks. And we'd also like to thank the Embassy of Germany, the DRI, the Center, the Coalition for organizing this forum, for making a contribution into making today happen. And one more time, I'd like to remind that all materials are available at the website, and the link is accessible at your QR code. We will also have saved broadcasts that we had both on Facebook and on YouTube. And we are quite happy to say that we are finishing with our event. I see that many people are standing ready to move on to the next panel, but I must disappoint you. The next panel is available only to those who listened carefully and who will answer the test questions. So, how many wonders has the EU ambassador seen in Ukraine? Who knows? 3, 4, 4 wonders. Okay, so these people, they can move on to the next panel. And now, all together, please tell us, mimicry is amorphic. Mimicry. Okay, half of you are not moving on. Thank you, colleagues, and see you again.